Chapter 1266. Lu Chen couldn't avoid it, and the earth slash was already coming at him. The war souls, the puppets, and even the stone walls were ridiculously strong. Lu Chen didn't dare to be careless and immediately activated his status. War God Possession. Dragon God Form. Celestial Demon Astral Body. In the blink of an eye, a black spear appeared in Lu Chen's hand. Reverse Soul Roaming Dragon. The space here was too small for him to dodge. He could only take it head-on. The blade was already in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen's face was ferocious as he mobilized all the spiritual power in his body. Looking at the right time, he blocked with the god-slaying spear, instantly changing the direction of the opponent's attack. The blade grazed Lu Chen's shoulder and slashed behind Lu Chen. In an instant, there was a loud explosion 100 meters behind Lu Chen, and the blade hit the stone wall directly. The indestructible stone wall was directly split open and a crack 100 meters deep. However, as soon as the crack appeared, the stone walls on both sides squeezed toward the middle and instantly filled the crack. At the same time, Lu Chen turned into a black shadow and shot toward the 4 rock puppets as one with the spear. The 4 puppets used the same trick, and the 4 of them worked together to activate the joint earth-rock shield. The current situation was extremely dangerous. If he couldn't kill these 4 puppets, Lu Chen would be caught by the closing stone walls. Unfortunately, the reverse soul roaming dragon's counterattack couldn't compare to the 6-spear shadow spear. Lu Chen's counterattack was directly offset by the earth-rock shield. Damn it, how are these 4 guys so strong? Lu Chen dodged, burning with anxiety. Their attack might not be too outstanding. After all, the reverse soul roaming dragon could block the earth slash, but the 4 of them combined defense was too strong. The earth was connected, and the mountains were connected. Using the earth and mountains to neutralize Lu Chen's attack, didn't this mean that if he didn't have the strength to break through this planet, he wouldn't be able to break the other party's earth-rock shield? This was only the 2nd stage of the celestial ancestors' ruins, and it was already so terrifying. After a few seconds of battle, the crazily closing rock wall was only 70 to 80 meters away from Lu Chen. But at this time, even Lu Chen was somewhat at his wits' end. The defense of the 4 puppets was like an iron bastion. It was impossible to pass through. Perhaps he could escape with a teleportation talisman, but that would mean leaving the immortal ancestors' ruins completely. Now that the opening time of the immortal ancestors' ruins had passed, he wouldn't be able to enter if he left. The treasure chests behind the 4 puppets seemed to be telling Lu Chen that the treasures were not so easy to obtain. No, you want me to quit? It's not that easy. Lu Chen said fiercely. How could the 4 puppets allow Lu Chen to think of a countermeasure here? One of the puppets stretched its hand into the rock wall beside it. Its hand actually went through the rock wall and took out a longbow. Shattering Star Barrage. Just as the puppet launched an attack, it was suddenly sent flying and nailed to the wall. Following that, it was attacked dozens of times before its head tilted to the side and it stopped moving. Lu Chen looked at this scene in shock. That puppet, it suddenly stopped moving. Obviously, the situation had reversed. That guy had used the Shattering Star Barrage to shoot itself to death. This is also possible. Lu Chen's eyes widened and he quickly understood. Even the puppet could not predict the rotation of the Jyotian stars and died at its own hands. The other 3 puppets actually stopped moving. Now is the only chance. Lu Chen did not have time to think. He held his spear and rushed toward the remaining 3 puppets. At this time, no one could use spiritual power. Lu Chen could still move without spiritual power, but the puppets were not controlled by spiritual power. They were dead. Lu Chen rushed in front of the 3 puppets. Seeing that they were not moving, he hurriedly said to Heaven Pilfering, can you steal these 3 puppets? Heaven Pilfering hurriedly said, I don't dare to use spiritual power now. But if my guess is correct, their puppet strings are actually the earth element. As long as they are separated from the earth element, the puppet strings will be cut off. So it's that easy. Lu Chen did not say anything and put away the 3 puppets. There's still one more. If you cultivate that puppet, you should be able to use it. Lu Chen nodded. Let's open the chest first. He opened the chest. In addition to the 5 stacked spirit tablets, there were 2 cultivation techniques in the chest. Immortal Technique, Ancient Art of Earth and Rock, Puppet Technique, Earth Guard, Special. Lu Chen picked up the Art of Earth and hurriedly glanced at it. This thing was very likely related to the strange movement of earth and rocks in the one-line sky. If he learned it now, he might be able to control the rock wall. Very good. The earth element affinity is not enough. Lu Chen hurriedly put away the 2 books. At this moment, the rock wall in front of him, together with the rock layer above his head, opened again. Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief. He quickly rushed to the last puppet and put it into his backpack. In front of him was a wilderness. It seemed like he had finished walking through the one-line sky. Although he missed a lot of treasure chests on this trip to the one-line sky, Lu Chen did not want to stay here for a moment longer. He directly rushed out. Not long after he came out of the exit, Lu Chen found that his path was quickly completely sealed off. He sat on the ground and panted heavily. He was still in shock. The saying was true. Previously, Lu Chen almost gave up. But at that time, he was only 1 step away from the exit. Now that he thought about it, it was fortunate that he did not run away. It's all thanks to the reversal of heaven and earth. Lu Chen sighed. At that time, he really did not think of cutting off the puppet's connection with the earth. He had never heard of a puppet technique that used elements as puppet strings. Speaking of which, if the reversal of heaven and earth happened to be when I met the Earth Guard, wouldn't I have picked up a treasure for free? Lu Chen suddenly thought of this possibility. Thinking about it, it seemed that he was not so lucky. Forget it. The one-line sky is a place that depends on luck. My luck has always been average. It's good that I can come out alive. After a short rest, Lu Chen found that the others had not come out yet. No one sent a sound transmission talisman to ask for help. He took out his loot. There are only 9,000 spirit tablets. This stack has 1,000 pieces. Sigh. Just looking at the treasure chests in a hurry, I missed 7 or 8. That's 7 or 8,000 less, but I got 2 cultivation techniques. My luck is not bad. Looking carefully at the ancient earth secret art, Lu Chen found that this cultivation technique was actually a puppet master's cultivation technique. Moreover, it was a puppet master's exclusive cultivation technique with an earth puppet. Ancient earth secret art. After being cultivated by a puppet master and used by an earth puppet, the effect is increased by 100%. However, the cultivation requirements were a little harsh. The first level required an earth element affinity of 50,000. Seeing this requirement, Lu Chen knew that he would not be able to cultivate this cultivation technique for the time being. Lu Chen took out the puppet technique. The first page of the book was an image of an earth puppet. It was the 4 rock humanoid puppets that Lu Chen encountered. Earth puppet is the embodiment of the earth. The earth is the line, and the earth is the shield. The 4 great puppets can be separated or combined. They are especially good at defense. When the 4 earth puppets exist together, they can summon the earth secret art. The initial physical strength of the earth puppet is equivalent to the strength of a 9-star true immortal. According to the puppet master's earth element affinity, the physical strength can be increased. The highest physical strength can reach is the immortal supremacy level. Chapter 1267. A puppet has a special puppet technique? It was Lu Chen's first time encountering such a thing. Since the others hadn't come out yet, Lu Chen learned the puppet technique. After mastering the puppet technique, Lu Chen could release the 4 Earth Guardians without worry. 3 Earth Guardians stood there obediently, and one was lying limp on the ground. The Ancient Earth Rock Shield is a skill of the Ancient Earth secret art. I don't have any cultivation technique right now, so I don't know if they can still come out. Lu Chen scratched his head. However, whether it was the combination skill of the Ancient Earth Rock Shield or the Ancient Earth Rock Blade, they both required the cooperation of 4 puppets. Without one puppet, they couldn't be activated. Lu Chen walked to the damaged puppet and checked its condition. After all, Lu Chen had already cultivated the puppet technique and had a connection with the puppet. He knew the problem at a glance. It needs to be repaired by the earth element. I don't have an affinity with the earth element right now, so it seems that I can't repair it for the time being. Lu Chen thought for a moment and simply put away the 3 puppets, leaving only one. Since he couldn't gather all 4 Earth Guardians, then the difference between 3 and 1 wasn't much. In the one-line sky, I don't know who is controlling the Earth Guardians, but the technique isn't outstanding. When heaven and earth was reversed, in order to prevent the Earth Guardians from injuring themselves, they directly gave up control. When I snatched the puppets, they didn't stop me. It seems that it might be some kind of programmed control. Lu Chen thought, in that case, the Earth Guardians are probably carrying out fixed orders left behind by some immortal. The puppet technique does have a fixed order control method. If that's the case, then when heaven and earth was reversed, the Earth Guardians can also be controlled. Then can't I use them to test moves? Thinking of this, Lu Chen tried to give the guard an attack order. Rock-breaking fist attack once. The puppet moved a bit and punched out, then its whole body flew out. Lu Chen relied on the connection between him and the puppet to observe the movement of the spiritual energy in the puppet's body. When he was completely observing the changes in the spiritual energy from the perspective of a bystander, Lu Chen could see more clearly. It seems that the spiritual energy in the guard's body was forcefully attracted by some force when he attacked, causing the direction to change. The guard ran back from afar, his face expressionless. The rockfall fist didn't do much damage to it. Lu Chen summoned the other 2 puppets to protect him. He entered the state of anatta and observed the spiritual power of the guards. Lu Chen let the guards take turns to attack, observing the changes in their spiritual energy time and time again. After observing again and again, coupled with his previous thousands of attempts, Lu Chen finally saw some clues. As expected, it's caused by a powerful gravitational force. Lu Chen exited the state of anatta and looked at the Jiutian star on the horizon. That thing is so powerful that it can directly change the way the spiritual energy in others' bodies circulates. It's really hard to imagine who managed to subdue such a supreme treasure. Lu Chen subconsciously thought about the Jiutian star. Although the Jiutian star was hanging in the sky of the underground world, it was like the sun and the moon, visible but untouchable. Lu Chen shook his head. Linglong said that the thing was now unstable. Even if he obtained it, it would be difficult to control and might even backfire on him. Since he couldn't obtain it, Lu Chen could only focus his energy on cracking it. The direction of spiritual energy is changed by the Jiutian star, and the direction is unpredictable. In other words, to resist Qian Kun reversal, I must immediately figure out the direction of the change after the spiritual energy in my body is changed, and then adjust the direction of the spiritual energy in my body. However, the moves are often made in an instant. Even if I can control my spiritual energy accurately, I can't react in such a short time. Lu Chen took a deep breath. He now understood the principle of Qian Kun reversal and thought of a way to deal with it, but he still couldn't control his spiritual energy as he wished. If I can use my spiritual energy normally when Qian Kun reversal is happening, maybe we can go further in the immortal ancestor ruins. Lu Chen's eyes were like torches. Let's try again. Before he knew it, Lu Chen had been practicing here for 2 to 3 hours. This time, he didn't need to do it himself. 3 hours later, Lu Chen was a little tired. In addition, he couldn't repair the guards now. If he broke the guards, it would be a great loss. Finally, he put away the puppets and stopped to rest. Not long after, an exit appeared in the mountain, and then a slender black figure flashed out. Jiu, Lu Chen hurriedly greeted her. When Jiu, came out of the exit, she was in a hurry and almost fell. After being supported by Lu Chen, she saw that it was Lu Chen and blushed. Nameless big brother. Are you okay? Lu Chen asked with concern. I'm fine. There's a big box at the exit, but it's full of traps. Fortunately, the Dark Erosion 9 souls helped me block it, so I took it out, Jiu said. Ah. Traps. Just traps. Lu Chen frowned. Are there no guards or anything? His last big box had 4 earth guards. He was really surrounded by wolves and tigers, and the top of his head was sealed. Why was there such a big difference between people? What guards? Jiu looked at Lu Chen in confusion. Before Lu Chen could answer, another pale yellow figure flashed out of the exit. You're all out. Ling Long also came out. Did you get the big box? There are so many traps there, covering the sky and earth. Jiu immediately found the real voice and talked to Ling Long about the dangerous trap array. Hearing Jiu and Ling Long talk about how dangerous it was, Lu Chen could only shake his head and sigh. Sister Ling Long, what's the difficulty of your one-line sky? Mine is the hard difficulty. Mine is the same as yours, the hard difficulty, Ling Long said. By the way, how many spirit tablets did you get? I found 28 boxes with 7,000 spirit tablets. The last big box had 3,000 spirit tablets, so the total was 10,000. Then we're about the same. I'm also about 10,000. After the two finished talking, they looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, what's your difficulty? How did you come out so quickly? Don't tell me it's the easy difficulty. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. Others' hard difficulty was 10,000, but his final difficulty was only 9,000. Of course, if he opened all the treasure boxes, it would definitely be more than that. At this moment, a new exit appeared in the mountain. Yi Fan frowned and walked over with a heavy heart. Master, Sister Jiu, Senior Ling Long. Yi Fan looked listless. Did you guys win or lose? The three of them were surprised. What win or loss? Why was this guy not on the same channel as them? What did you say? Lu Chen asked curiously. I'm talking about the last bet. Yi Fan also looked at the three of them curiously. Wasn't there a big box at the end? It was guarded by an earth spirit. After it was opened, you had to use the spirit tablets you obtained before as a bet with the earth spirit. Ah. Yi Fan, what's the difficulty of your one-line sky? We didn't encounter any bets. Yi Fan frowned. What difficulty? But at the beginning, I saw a stone tablet. On it was written the path of destiny. Also, there were no traps in the one-line sky. There were treasure boxes everywhere. Before I came out, I picked up more than 50,000 spirit tablets. More than 50,000. The three of them widened their eyes. Yes, then there was a big treasure box at the end. It was especially big, about this big. Yi Fan gestured with his hands, stunning everyone. They had never seen such a big treasure box in their lives. Then, a little earth spirit bet with me. Master, you know that I don't like to gamble. But he said that if I won, he would give me 5 times the reward. I thought about it, 1 time for 5 times. I couldn't resist, so I. Chapter 1268. He remembered that when the Demonic Academy was first established, Old Hai had mentioned Yi Fan as a genius disciple. His first sentence was not about how talented he was, but that he might not be able to afford the tuition fees. Lu Chen finally understood why this was the case. Yi Fan was a 10 tribulation true immortal. He had the best potential in the 7th heaven. He could endure hardships, had good comprehension, and was very strong in combat. But now that he thought about it, he might have used his lifetime of fortune to exchange for these talents. So, you returned all the spirit tablets to the Earth Spirit? Lu Chen looked at Yi Fan with disappointment. You can't call it returning. After all, I tried my best, Yi Fan said seriously. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. Don't you know your gambling skills and fortune? Master, I thought about it carefully. I gambled based on luck. In other words, it was a matter of probability. According to probability, I have never won before, so I should have won at least once. Lu Chen nodded. Yes, very good. Your thinking is very clear and reasonable. But what about the spirit tablets? I lost them all, that's it. Lu Chen could not do anything about this disciple of his. But Lu Chen knew that if Yi Fan could really win, he would not be Yi Fan. Although Yi Fan did not get anything, the others still had a good harvest. Jiu also comforted Yi Fan. They had only reached the 2nd stage, and there were still chances. As long as Yi Fan did not gamble, his final harvest would not be less than the others. After resting for a while, the team continued to explore deeper. Not far ahead was an ancient city. The entrance was very narrow, and there was a bronze cauldron in front of the door. It looked like a cauldron for refining weapons. As expected, it corresponds to the ruins on the surface, Ling Long said. This is the refining area. The ruins on the surface have been explored many times. Now, there are only a few synthetic materials and ready-made equipment left. But underground, if we are lucky, we can find equipment. Jiu asked, Sister Ling Long, there should be quite a number of mechanisms here, right? Ling Long nodded. Of course there are traps, but they are not the scariest part. There are weapon spirit puppets in the equipment refining area. Artifact spirit puppet? Yi Fan asked curiously, I've never heard of this kind of puppet before. Ling Long said, I'll just talk about the situation on the surface. As you all know, when you reach a certain level of refining, you can refine metal puppets. Jiu and Yi Fan both nodded seriously. Although Lu Chen didn't understand, he also nodded to prevent himself from standing out too much. He was only at the 4th or 5th level of blacksmithing, so how would he know anything about refining metal puppets? He could only follow behind and listen. In addition to some divine artifacts left behind in the refining area on the surface, there are also a large number of metal puppets. The artifact spirits of those divine artifacts, having been left here for a long time, have begun to control the puppets. The puppets controlled by the artifact spirits are different from the puppeteers. They don't need any puppetry techniques. After all, they are in the form of spirits and can directly parasitize the puppets. In other words, the artifact spirits have turned the puppets into their own physical bodies. Therefore, although the artifact spirit puppets are puppets, they are not real puppets. Everyone listened attentively. In the Jiutian, there were indeed all kinds of strange things. Even now, they could still encounter all kinds of strange new things. The artifact spirit puppets are unique to the refining area of the immortal ancestor ruins. Their strength is determined by the strength of the artifact spirit and the strength of the puppet, Ling Long continued. The artifact spirits here also have survival of the fittest. Every time the immortal ancestor ruins are opened, there will definitely be a king of artifact spirits in the refining area. They are all very strong. I remember that the artifact spirit puppets on the surface, in terms of true immortal level, the highest level that appeared before was equivalent to a 2-star Sengoku strength. A 2-star Sengoku. Everyone's eyes widened. Ling Long nodded. Although it only appeared once, and there was only one of it, more than 40 true immortals died in its hands. In the end, it was a 5-star Sengoku who subdued it. Yi Fan frowned. That was on the surface. No one has come to the underground ruins for many years. After thousands of years of elimination and evolution, the final king of artifact spirits is definitely much stronger than a 2-star Sengoku. Yi Fan's worry was the same as everyone else's at this time. In the team, Lu Chen was the strongest, and he had the strength to kill 3 8-star true immortals. However, if he encountered a Sengoku, the result was hard to say. If they encountered a high-leveled Sengoku again, even Lu Chen would definitely not be able to stop it. Lu Chen thought for a while and said, "This time, let's not split up. Everyone, be careful. If we encounter a true immortal level artifact spirit puppet, I think we should be able to fight it. As long as we avoid the king of artifact spirits, we can still pass through here." Yi Fan nodded. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If we can find a piece of divine equipment, we can break even with one. Break even? We didn't lose the spirit tablets, Ling Long said mercilessly. However, I agree to continue exploring. No one has been here before. This is our opportunity. As long as we don't encounter the king of artifact spirits, we can escape with the teleportation talisman. Jiu did not have any objections, and Lu Chen led the team into the ancient city. Different from the artifact refining area on the surface, the artifact refining area here had a roof, just like a huge ancient castle. There were torches on the walls. Lu Chen thought for a while. Not only were there artifact spirit puppets here, there were also traps. They definitely could not pass through in the darkness. Thus, he flicked out a spark and lit up the torches. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they did not encounter any danger for the time being. Ling Long whispered, "We haven't entered the main area of the artifact refining area yet. We should be arriving soon." Jiu suddenly said, "Brother Nameless, this place doesn't seem to be affected by the Jyotian star. From the moment we entered until now, my dark erosion 9 souls have been in a normal state, which means that it has been in a positive state." Lu Chen frowned slightly. Sometimes, the reversal of the universe could help them. However, now that there was no reversal, there was one less variable that could help them. Lu Chen took a deep breath and continued to lead the team forward carefully. After walking for a few more minutes, a spacious room appeared in front of them. There was a copper cauldron in the room. The copper cauldron was rusty, and it looked like it had not been used for a long time. There was a row of weapon racks next to the copper cauldron. Some equipment hung on them, but they looked a little shabby. Ling Long whispered, "Be careful. That's the artifact refining room. Traps, artifact spirit puppets, equipment, and artifact refining materials are most likely to appear in the artifact refining room. Because it's been too long, the equipment racks need to be checked one by one. Some high-level equipment will also be dusty and damaged because of its age." Lu Chen nodded. "I'll go in and see if there are any artifact spirit puppets." Lu Chen crouched and leaned against the wall. He moved carefully and leaned sideways to observe the artifact refining room. Lu Chen had just poked his head out when he heard a clicking sound coming from a dark corner of the artifact refining room. Then, a dull voice sounded. "Finally, someone has come to accompany me." The next second, a strong spiritual energy shot directly at the wall where Lu Chen was hiding. Chapter 1269. Move quickly. Lu Chen hurriedly dodged. In the next second, the wall that he was hiding behind was smashed into pieces. At the same time, a black shadow rushed out of the crafting room and slashed at Lu Chen. Lu Chen hurriedly used the 9 void steps to distance himself and retreated back to the team. So unlucky. The first crafting room already has an artifact spirit puppet. Lu Chen frowned. After all, no one has explored this place for a long time. It's possible that every crafting room has an artifact spirit puppet. Ling Long and the other 2 were also prepared for battle. Pull it out and fight. There are no traps outside. What level is this guy? Yi Fan asked. Ling Long glanced at the artifact spirit puppet. Do you see the mark on its chest? That's the mark of the puppet's strength and quality written by the craftsman after the puppet is refined. Artifact spirits usually fight for puppets that can display their strength, so we can usually judge the strength of an artifact spirit puppet from its level. This guy has 9 horizontal lines on its chest. It should have the physical strength of a 9-star true immortal. I estimate that its strength is similar to that of a 9-star true immortal. No way. We just arrived and we're already encountering a 9-star one. Yi Fan frowned. Master, you're quite unlucky. At that moment, 6 or 7 figures suddenly rushed out of the crafting rooms and surrounded the 4 of them. Among these puppets, the highest level was the 9-star artifact spirit puppet. The others were not too high in level. The highest was a 7-star one, while the rest were 2 or 3 stars. Oh no, we're the only team here. The commotion just now has alarmed the surrounding artifact spirit puppets. Ling Long said anxiously. The 4 of them were standing back to back in a circle, surrounded by 7 puppets. Lu Chen stared at the puppets around them. I'll deal with the 9-star one. Ling Long will deal with the 7-star one. Yi Fan, you guys think of a way to restrain the rest. Try not to go too far from here to avoid attracting the puppets from the other crafting rooms. Took out the Dark Erosion World Annihilating Wheel and activated the Dark Erosion 9 Souls. Yi Fan, we'll deal with 3 each. Alright, big sister Yi Fan also drew his sword. Ling Long casually threw out a Dao talisman, sealing off the sound in the vicinity. Then, she took out 2 swords. Her opponent was a 7-star artifact spirit puppet, whose strength was 7 stars higher than hers. Everyone activated their statuses and found their opponents. They quickly got into position and started fighting with their opponents. Lu Chen held the Void God-slaying spear in his hand as his mind raced. Jiuer and Yi Fan were only 1-star martial artists fighting against 3 2 and 3-star puppets. Even if they were only tangled up, the pressure was extremely great. Ling Long was an opponent 2 stars higher than herself, so the pressure she felt was not any weaker than Jiuer and Yi Fan. At the true immortal realm, a difference of 1 star in strength could result in a huge difference. Even a genius like Yi Fan, who could jump 7 or 8 levels in the Human King realm, would not be able to jump so many levels here. Moreover, the higher the star level, the more difficult it was to surpass. For example, the time required to advance from 8-star to 9-star was much longer than the time required to advance from 1-star to 8-star. It could be said that the pressure Ling Long was facing was even greater than that of Jiuer and Yi Fan. I must finish this battle as soon as possible. Lu Chen made up his mind and directly activated the Dragon God form. The Emptiness of Gods and Demons Arm, Void Attack Rapid Shadow Spear. This time, Lu Chen attacked with a killer move. The 6-spear Rapid Shadow Spear went straight for the puppet's chest. However, what Lu Chen did not expect was that the 9-star spirit tool puppet did not intend to defend. It stretched out both of its palms, and a bone-crushing hammer appeared in its hands. Celestial Technique Sky Extinction Hammer God's Crush. It did not defend. Lu Chen could not believe it. There were very few people who could make him miscalculate in an actual battle. However, Lu Chen soon understood that the opponent did not defend because it was a spirit tool puppet. After all, a puppet was different from a human's body. If it was damaged, it could be repaired or even replaced with a new puppet. However, the opponent's attack was powerful and surging with spiritual power. Even Lu Chen could not withstand this attack if he did not defend himself. Damn it! Lu Chen hurriedly changed the direction of his attack and used the high-speed movement of the Rapid Shadow Spear to avoid the God's Crush. His spear directly hit the ground and pierced a deep hole in the ground. The spirit tool puppet looked at Lu Chen blankly. What? You don't dare to fight with me? It seems that your courage is still not enough. Lu Chen coldly snorted. You dare to say that because you are a puppet? Even so, what's wrong with that? Isn't this my advantage? In a life and death battle, shouldn't I play to my strengths and avoid my weaknesses? Lu Chen stared at the puppet. Although it was a puppet, the spirit tool puppet was really no different from a real opponent. I bet your friend can't hold on for more than 30 seconds. The opponent slightly raised its head. You are destined to die here. Lu Chen angrily glared. This guy could actually disturb his thoughts. Cut the crap. If you want to kill me, you are still far from it. Lu Chen coldly snorted and used 9 void steps to close the distance. Fierce tiger descends the mountain. Sacred lotus sword heart. Lu Chen used his spear as a sword and continuously attacked the spirit tool puppet with a large amount of spiritual power. Immortal technique, golden armor heavenly soldier. A large number of afterimages wearing golden armor appeared in front of the spirit tool puppet and blocked the attacks of the sacred lotus sword heart one by one. Although Lu Chen's attack was fast, the puppet's defense was also fast and orderly. Even a perfected person would find it difficult to defend so methodically. Immortal technique, absolute sky hammer, heaven and earth hammer. The afterimage of the golden hammer in the puppet's hand suddenly became incomparably huge and smashed towards Lu Chen. If you dare to dodge, your friend will die before you. The puppet shouted. Lu Chen's eyes widened. From the terrifying spiritual power overflowing from this heaven and earth hammer, it was very likely to be an area attack. As long as he got out of the way, his 3 teammates would be in danger. At the critical moment, Lu Chen did not choose to dodge, nor did he choose to block. Void attack, rapid shadow spear. This time, it was the spirit tool puppet's turn to be shocked. This guy actually did not block and actually wanted to exchange lives with it. It seems that you know that this is your only way out. Unfortunately, I will not fall, but you will. The spirit tool puppet was not afraid and continued to smash towards Lu Chen. Seeing that the 2 killing moves were about to collide, Lu Chen shouted, Earth Guard. A rock puppet suddenly appeared in front of Lu Chen. The Earth Guard directly used the ancient earthen rock shield to block the heaven and earth hammer. At the same time, Lu Chen had already stabbed out with his spear. With a loud bang, the huge bone-shattering hammer hit the ancient earthen rock shield, and the ground under the Earth Guard's feet suddenly cracked. Without a joint skill, the ground could not absorb such a large amount of damage in a short time. The Earth Guard was directly smashed into the ground. At the same time, Lu Chen's spear had already pierced through the spirit tool puppet's chest. Then, lava began to flow from the wound, quickly melting the puppet's body. Lu Chen took a deep breath and looked back at the spirit tool puppet. Sorry, I don't plan on exchanging lives with you. Spear Dao, 1000 army break. With dozens of spear strikes, Lu Chen had turned the spirit tool puppet's body into a sieve. Coupled with the melting of the earthen rock lava, this puppet was definitely crippled. Lu Chen was originally worried about Ling Long and the others, but when he finished fighting and looked back, Yi Fan had already killed 2, and Jior had also killed 1. Ling Long's opponent was also completely suppressed by Ling Long. Damn, you're all so strong. Lu Chen was stunned. Did his team eat those of a higher level? His previous theoretical analysis didn't seem to work on his teammates. Suddenly, Lu Chen thought of the one person he really needed to care about. Wait, that's my Earth Guard. Chapter 1270. With Lu Chen's help, the team quickly dealt with their opponents. Only then did Lu Chen rescue the underground earth puppet. The earth puppet's body was very strong, and with the ancient earth shield's defense, the damage to the puppet wasn't too serious. It was just temporarily unusable. Lu Chen shook his head, feeling a little distressed. Out of the 4 earth puppets, 2 were broken. The key was that he didn't have enough affinity with the earth element, so he couldn't repair them. Lu Chen, you still have such a strong puppet. It took a hit from a 9-star spirit puppet, but it wasn't completely damaged. Ling Long looked at the earth puppet in shock. I got this in the one-line sky. At that time, it was blocking the way, so I took it, Lu Chen explained. Nameless brother, you still have a puppet guarding the one-line sky? What's the difficulty? Jiu exclaimed. Lu Chen sighed. I'm pretty unlucky. I chose the ultimate difficulty. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. As expected of a man who had gone through 4 12th grade heavenly tribulations. He could casually choose a path of ultimate difficulty. Although Lu Chen had damaged a puppet, the result of this battle was still acceptable. The 4 of them weren't injured, and they cleared 8 nearby refining rooms in one go. The 4 of them searched the 8 refining rooms one by one. The first few rooms seemed to be of a lower level. There were some rare materials, but the harvest wasn't much. Everyone still focused on the rooms with 7-star and 9-star spirit puppets. Most of the equipment on the equipment rack were half-finished products. After many years, they had become scrap that couldn't be refined anymore. Just as everyone was feeling a little depressed, Ling Long opened the cabinet under the workbench. Wow, there's frost cloud iron here. There's also goldfinch dust. So much. With these materials, this trip is already worth it. This is the Azure Dragon Pearl. This is a necessary material for refining divine artifacts. Jiu also found something in the cabinet. Yi Fan opened the furnace and found a pair of black daggers inside. This weapon can be used. Lu Chen widened his eyes. Yi Fan actually found equipment. This guy, other than his bad luck in gambling, was very strong in all other aspects. Lu Chen wasn't in a hurry to find treasures. However, as a 4 or 5-star blacksmith, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to recognize these high-grade materials even if they were placed in front of him. With Rhubarb not around, Lu Chen could only look for other helpers. Sky Thief, what materials do you need to restore you and Autumn? The materials we need are different. What I need is giant divine stones. Only by extracting heavenly divine iron from the giant divine stones can I truly restore myself. These artifact forging rooms must have been used by true immortals in the past. It will be very difficult to find giant divine stones here. As for Chiu, she definitely doesn't have the materials she needs. Lu Chen was sweating profusely. Heaven Pilfering didn't care about the treasures here. What was even more ridiculous was that it was already difficult enough to restore the god-slaying spear, but it seemed like the materials needed to restore the magic divine staff were even more high-grade. Yi Fan and the other 2 had gained something. They collected all the materials they found. Only Lu Chen hadn't found anything yet. Master, let's go. There's another artifact forging room that produces 7-star puppets. Yi Fan said. Lu Chen nodded. Just as he was about to leave with them, Heaven Pilfering suddenly said, Lu Chen, look at this artifact forging room. From the outside, it seems to occupy more space than the other rooms. However, the space inside is about the same as the other rooms. There might be a secret compartment here. Lu Chen stood outside the artifact forging room and looked around. He realized that was indeed the case. Master. Yi Fan saw Lu Chen in a daze at the door and called out to Lu Chen. Lu Chen frowned and said, you go over first. I'll check again. I'll come back later. All right. Lu Chen returned to the artifact forging room and knocked on the wall. After knocking around, he didn't find anything unusual. Then, Lu Chen moved the storage cabinet aside. This knock sounded different from the surroundings. There's indeed a secret compartment. Be careful of traps. Heaven Pilfering reminded. Okay. Lu Chen directly activated his Buddha body clone and let one of his clones punch through the wall. Indeed, a small room appeared inside. Then, the clone entered the secret compartment. Sure enough, countless thin silver needles shot out from the walls of the secret compartment. These silver needles weren't ordinary hidden weapons. They contained spiritual power and seemed to be thrown out by a killing god assassin. They were extremely fast and covered the entire space. After all, the clone's reaction was still slower than Lu Chen's. It also didn't have the great void arm to defend and was directly shot into a sieve. Soon, the clone's wounds rapidly festered. The silver needles were coated with poison and the clone was directly destroyed, Lu Chen gasped. To be able to prevent his clone from reacting, these hidden weapons were definitely meant to defend against true immortals. After triggering the trap, Lu Chen walked into the secret compartment. There was a wooden table in the secret compartment with a wooden box on it. Lu Chen used his god-slaying spear to open the wooden box. With a click, the wooden box opened. However, there was no trap installed in the wooden box. Lu Chen carefully approached the wooden box and checked it. There was a strangely shaped transparent jade in the wooden box. Heaven pilfering, do you know this? Yes, this is the psychic immortal jade. Lu Chen, quickly take this thing. It can awaken Qiu-Ying. Lu Chen's eyes widened. It could actually awaken Qiu-Ying. He hurriedly put away the wooden box. After checking the secret compartment again and making sure that he didn't miss anything, Lu Chen left the secret compartment to meet up with his teammates. Everyone swept through the 8 equipment forging rooms and collected a large number of rare materials. The materials found in the 9-star equipment forging room were especially valuable. Other than that, Yi Fan found a dagger. It should be a lesser divine artifact. Lu Chen found the psychic immortal jade. It was a great harvest. The team continued to explore. After the previous battle, Lu Chen had a whole new level of respect for his teammates. Other than that, they were also more careful. When fighting with the artifact spirit puppets, Ling Long always set up an array to isolate the battlefield. She tried not to disturb too many cultivation rooms and ended the battle quickly. The team's harvest was also increasing. There were all kinds of equipment forging materials and 5 or 6 lesser divine artifacts. Other than that, they also found a few extremely rare materials. Psychic Immortal Jade, Green Dragon Reverse Scale, Qilin Core Fire Stone. I really didn't expect there to be so many treasures in the underground equipment forging area. Ling Long exclaimed. Our harvest is even more valuable than what the 100,000 people on the surface found. How come there are so many materials? We won't have to worry about materials for equipment forging in the future, Jiu said happily. Yi Fan chuckled. There are still a few more cultivation rooms in front. Let's look for them again. We can't let any of them slip through the net. The 3 of them were in a good mood. However, Lu Chen, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Don't talk. Lu Chen's voice was unusually serious. Moreover, he had already pulled out the god-slaying spear before he even saw the enemy. Yi Fan and the rest instantly became nervous. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook rhythmically. At the end of the path in front of them, a figure walked out of the darkness. Someone's finally here. An expressionless puppet appeared 50 meters in front of Lu Chen. Since you're here, don't leave. Chapter 1271. The mark on this puppet's chest was completely different from the previous ones. It had 3 stars. 3-star Sengoku. Even without Ling Long's explanation, Lu Chen could roughly guess it. 3-star Sengoku level puppets are not the king of puppets here. Ling Long's eyes widened. What was even more exaggerated was that as the tunnel ahead gradually lit up, more Sengoku level puppets appeared and were moving toward them. There are at least a dozen Sengoku level puppets. In this crisis, Jiu had already activated the Dark Corrosion 9 souls. Lu Chen's eyelids twitched. Looking at this lineup, even he would not have a chance of winning against so many Sengoku-level puppets. Quick, teleport talismans. It'll be too late. Ling Long said anxiously. The four of them hurriedly took out their teleport talismans. Even though there were still many areas in the underground ruins that had not been explored and many treasures that had not been found, they had to retreat now. However, the puppets on the other side had already moved. You want to leave? Is that possible? The four Sengoku puppets moved at the same time as if they were activating some kind of array. Immortal array, Void's End. Oh no, they're going to block the teleportation array. Ling Long was shocked. However, at this moment, among the four of them, a figure shot directly toward the group of Sengoku puppets. Leave quickly. Rapid Shadow Spear. Master. Yi Fan was furious and was about to rush over. Nameless brother. Jiu Er's eyes were red, and she was about to explode. Ling Long pulled the two of them back. In a battle of this level, you'll only be a burden. Let's leave first. At least there's still hope. On the other side, Lu Chen's rapid shadow spear had reached the limit of 6 shots, and he instantly killed his way into the enemy's formation. The four Sengoku puppets had no choice but to take action and activate their shields at the same time. With a loud bang, in the aftermath of the spiritual energy, a few crafting rooms collapsed. A ring of spiritual energy exploded along the tunnels, and the entire crafting area shook violently. Leave quickly. Lu Chen's voice came from the ruins. Teleportation talisman, beyond the sliver of heaven. Ling Long gritted her teeth. Ignoring their struggles, she directly teleported the two of them together. Lu Chen, you must live. Ling Long's hoarse voice came from behind him. It was clear that she was in extreme pain. Lu Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. At least Ling Long and the others had managed to escape. However, just as Lu Chen stood up, more than 20 figures faintly appeared in the surrounding smoke. More than 20 Sengoku. Emotionless voices came from all directions. How dare you ruin my plans? I'll make you wish you were dead. A mere itinerant immortal dares to defy Sengoku? Since you let the 3 of them go, then you alone will have to bear everything that they should bear. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and gripped the god-slaying spear tightly. The other party had more than 20 Sengoku-level puppets. Moreover, they were not low-star-level puppets and were even spirit puppets. Most importantly, if you were to fight here for a long time, more spirit puppets, or even the king of puppets, would come, and he would definitely die. His only chance now was to escape. However, he was already surrounded by Sengoku's spirit puppets. Go to hell. As he spoke, one of the puppets had already attacked. Divine Art, sword traversing 30,000 miles. Inverse soul roaming dragon. Lu Chen raised his spear to block. However, just as the god-slaying spear was dispelled from the sword traversing 30,000 miles, Lu Chen felt an extremely vast spiritual power coming at him, making it impossible for him to completely dispel this move. After a portion of the spiritual power was dispelled, in the end, half of the spiritual power was unstoppable. It came crashing down on Lu Chen like a landslide. The strength of a 3-star Sengoku was so terrifying that even the inverse soul roaming dragon could not block it. Earth Guardian. At this critical moment, Lu Chen had no choice but to summon 2 puppets at the same time and use the ancient Earth Rock Shield to help him block the attack. With a loud bang, after the spiritual power collided, a terrifying spiritual explosion occurred. The 2 puppets, together with Lu Chen, were sent flying by this move. With the 2 Earth Guardians helping Lu Chen to dispel a large amount of damage, Lu Chen blocked the remaining damage with Void Guard. However, he was still affected by the spiritual power fluctuation and vomited blood. After a few more bangs, Lu Chen and the Earth Guardian broke through several walls and crashed into a huge crafting cauldron. They only stopped when the crafting cauldron was sent flying. Lu Chen checked on the Earth Guardian. It could no longer move, so he quickly recalled the Earth Guardian. This guy is so strong. Lu Chen had just raised his head when he saw a blur in front of him. Another Sengoku had already charged over. You can actually block Sengoku's attack. This itinerant immortal is quite interesting. Unfortunately, you still have to die after meeting me. Immortal Art, Netherworld Claw. A pile of virtual metal claw gloves appeared on the Sengoku's arm and directly clawed at Lu Chen. Its speed was too fast, and Lu Chen had just eaten the sword traversing 30,000 miles. The spiritual power in his body was in a mess, so it was difficult for him to dodge completely. Dragon God Form. Lu Chen used an enhanced skill and desperately activated 9 void steps at the same time. The virtual claw brushed past Lu Chen's chest. Wherever it passed, dragon scales fell off and flesh and blood flew everywhere. With heavy injuries, Lu Chen was once again pushed back. Before Lu Chen could completely stabilize his body, a few more Sengoku teleported in front of Lu Chen. Have you seen a cat catching a mouse? Don't worry, it's rare to meet someone. We don't want to kill you so quickly. Play with us first. After saying that, the few of them attacked at the same time. Lu Chen's body was covered in new wounds, and he was sent flying again. This was the first time Lu Chen was beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back. Even though Lu Chen was strong and had rich combat experience, he was already in a desperate situation when facing dozens of Sengoku. Damn it! These guys are so strong. Lu Chen was covered in blood and collapsed in the ruins. Was this Sengoku's strength? It was stronger than Lu Chen imagined. I have to find a way to escape. Lu Chen panted heavily. But how could he escape under the noses of so many Sengoku puppets? Is there no way to escape? Lu Chen gritted his teeth and stood up. Seeing that more Sengoku puppets were coming, Lu Chen quickly dodged. Triple door. Just as Lu Chen appeared, a cold voice came from behind him. Such a low-level teleportation skill, are you insulting us? Divine technique, dark side ambush. Lu Chen felt a sharp pain in his back as 2 daggers pierced through his shoulder blades. Ah! Lu Chen growled and turned around, but that person had already disappeared. I told you, you let 3 of us go, so you'll have to suffer 4 times the pain. Don't worry, we'll treat you well. These puppets wanted to torture him to death. Lu Chen's eyelids twitched. He held the god-slaying spear tightly and panted heavily. I can't die here. Lu Chen's blood-red eyes were wide open as he tried to think of a solution. Still not giving up. It's impossible for you to escape from us. 2 Sengoku puppets were closing in on him. I think you should just accept your fate. Lu Chen looked at it and said coldly, sorry, I never accept my fate. Moreover, you trash can't kill me. After saying that, Lu Chen jumped high and stabbed out with his spear. Void attack, sky-piercing spear. Arrogant, I want to see what difference it makes if you don't accept your fate. Since you're so good at running, I'll break your legs first. Divine technique, sunset divine bow. Divine technique, celestial slaying demon sword. The 2 puppets were furious and had already attacked. 2 killer moves were shot at Lu Chen, who was in mid-air. Chapter 1272. You dare to fly in front of my sunset bow? It's more like I'll send you to hell. The demon subduing sword and sunset bow shot towards Lu Chen at the same time. Lu Chen was in midair, so his agility should have been limited. Triple door. 9 steps in the void. Rapid shadow spear. Lu Chen materialized his spirit energy and stepped on the void, his body expanding rapidly. However, his rapid shadow spear did not stab towards the ground, but towards the sky. Relying on the speed of the six-spear rapid shadow spear, Lu Chen was actually not caught up by the two major techniques. In the blink of an eye, there was a loud bang. The roof of the equipment refining district was directly pierced through by Lu Chen's rapid shadow spear. In an instant, a large part of the roof collapsed. It was unknown whether the sunset bow and demon subduing sword had hit that brat. Want to run? In your dreams. More than 20 immortal king puppets figures flickered, flashing past the rubble, already chasing out. However, when they chased out, they realized that Lu Chen did not run away. At this moment, he was putting away the two damaged Earth Guardians. Lu Chen had used the last two Earth Guardians to help him block the two attacks just now. The four Earth Guardians were now all damaged. Lu Chen put away the Earth Guardians with heartache. Then, he stood up straight and looked at the weapon spirit puppets. You trash actually dare to chase me out? You, a mere itinerant immortal, dare to say such arrogant words? A 3-star immortal king puppet shouted angrily, there are only a total of 4 Earthen Guardians, and you've already used them 3 times. Without the Earthen Guardians to help you block the damage, I want to see how long you can be so stubborn. After saying that, 2 Sengoku puppet spirit puppets attacked. These 2 were the ones who had attacked earlier and did not injure Lu Chen. The 2 raised their sunset bow and demon subduing sword again. Just as they were about to attack, suddenly, the 2 flew out and fell to the ground. Lu Chen sneered. If not for the reversal of the universe, would he be standing here waiting for them to surround him? These weapon spirit puppets stayed in the equipment refining district all year round, and the equipment refining district was in a completely sealed state. There was also a defensive array outside, so it was not affected by the Jyotian star. Lu Chen had just used his strongest 6-spear rapid shadow spear with the purpose of breaking through the roof and breaking the defensive array. These immortal king puppets were extremely powerful. Even in a normal battle, he had no chance of winning against one of them, let alone against more than 20. If he was in other places, he would not have a chance. However, this was not other places. The underground of the immortal ancestors of the universe transformation. And this was precisely his only chance. After Lu Chen broke through the roof and destroyed the defensive array, even if it was an artifact spirit puppet, it would still be affected by the stars of the 9th heaven. Just now, the 2 artifact spirit puppets had been injured by themselves. Lu Chen smiled slightly. His guess was right. If those artifact spirit puppets had never left the artifact refining area, then it was very likely that they didn't know about the 9 heaven stars, and naturally wouldn't know about the reversal of the universe. The reversal of the universe was his chance. On the surface of the celestial ancestors' ruins, in the forest of the mystic spirit race's ancestral territory. 3 teams had just passed through the equipment refining district and were temporarily resting here. The battlefield is right in front. It's time for us to take action. The mission is cancelled. A 1-star Sengoku said. We just received news that the person Qian-Ji wanted us to deal with has not appeared for a few days. Either he died somewhere, or, he might have left the celestial ancestors' ruins. Outside the equipment refining district of the spirit gathering race's ancestral territory. A muscular man walked up to an old man and said softly, Qian-Ji told us not to take action. Oh, why? The old man asked. Qian-Ji ordered people to look for that kid, but he did not show up for a few days. Instead, the people he brought with him left. This means that the kid might have died somewhere. The old man nodded. That's good too. We don't have to look for that kid in the great immortal battlefield. The man said. I wonder how that kid offended Qian-Ji. It must be something serious for Qian-Ji to ask us to take action. The old man snorted. Although Qian-Ji is an independent immortal, he is highly regarded by Hongyu the Celestial. Moreover, he is a pure puppet master. There is still room for him to improve his strength. With Hongyu the Celestial backing him, how many people can touch him? That kid must have been blind to offend Qianji. The man nodded. With Qianji's vengeful personality, he will not let the kid off even if he died in the celestial ancestors' ruins. He will definitely kill all those who are related to that brat to prevent future troubles. Moreover, I heard that Qianji is not sure if that kid is dead or alive. The old man frowned. Isn't that kid from the human race? Is Qianji going to the human race's territory? Outsiders are not allowed to enter the territory of other races. Even if he has Hongyu's backing and the human race is weak, he still has dozens of celestial sovereigns. The man said. Sengoku, don't forget about the War of the 10,000 Races. War of the 10,000 Races. You mean, the final battle? Yes. The other races have been wanting to eliminate the human race for a long time. You know this too. However, no one has taken the lead, so they have not reached a consensus yet. However, Hongyu has always been in favor of war. With Qianji's help, Hongyu might suggest something. If the other races agree, then the human race will have to face the final battle. The man said. By then, Qianji will be able to do whatever he wants to those related to solipsistic. I think Qianji will want to turn all the people in that kid's hometown into his puppets. The old man nodded. Blue Star Sengoku, after hearing what you said, I think it's quite possible. If it's successful, a small rogue immortal like Qianji can start the War of the 10,000 Races. Humph, that's interesting. That's right. That's why I'm thinking of going to Sengoku's Heaven Spirit's cave abode after this treasure hunt. I want to ask your subordinate, Heaven's Inquisition, to do a divination. If it's successful, we can be prepared. Indeed, one who is unaccountably solicitous must have a motive. Blue Star had said so much to him because he wanted to ask his subordinate, Heaven's Inquisition. Giant Spirit Celestial Master smiled. Celestial Master Blue Star, I think there's no need to go to my cave abode. Heaven's Inquisition happens to be in another group. He will meet me later. Let's do a divination here and see if the War of the 10,000 Races will start. Really? That's great. More than an hour later, a team of 3 arrived in front of Giant Spirit Immortal King. The leader bowed slightly to Sengoku. Celestial Master, the resources we obtained this time, no hurry. Sengoku interrupted that person. Wentian, I want you to do a divination for me. Is that possible? Wentian lowered his head and replied, Celestial Master, this. Wentian has revealed too much of the heaven realm. The heavenly tribulation is too fierce. I'm only a rogue immortal now. If the divination involves experts above the true immortal realm, Wentian might not be able to do it. Giant Spirit Celestial Master smiled and said calmly, Wentian, don't think that you can fool me with these words. Celestial Master. Wentian looked at Giant Spirit Celestial Master in fear. Giant Spirit Celestial Master didn't seem to be angry. I know this is your way of protecting yourself. Otherwise, why didn't you go when the South Desolation Immortal Venerable wanted to recruit you? 58 years later, when the South Desolation Immortal Venerable died in the battle with the Azure Dragon Immortal Venerable, I knew that it wasn't that you couldn't do a divination. It was that you didn't dare to do it in front of us. This method is smart. Don't worry, I won't break your rules. By the side, Blue Star Sengoku thought to himself. This giant spirit celestial master was also a smart person. He knew that if Wentian followed him, it meant that he would be stable for a period of time. Thus, he didn't ask too much. Wentian let out a long sigh. Celestial Master is wise. I wonder what Celestial Master wants to know this time. Chapter 1273. Gathering Spirit Tribe, outside the Weapon Forging District. Suddenly, someone set up a sealing array. Then, a ray of white light broke through the array and shot into the sky. Grand Heavenly Master's divination technique could pierce through defensive arrays. Even Sengoku's defensive array was the same. At this moment, Wentian was using the 10,000 Heavenly Master's divination technique. About 2 hours later, the white light disappeared. Wentian's face was pale and his body was on the verge of collapsing. Sengoku hurriedly supported Wentian and injected spiritual energy into him. At the same time, he asked anxiously, "What did you see during the War of the 10,000 Races?" "I can't see. But I can deduce that this War of the 10,000 Races is caused by, cough cough cough." Wentian coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Sengoku hurriedly injected more spiritual energy into Wentian's body. Wentian continued, "It's caused by the mystic spirit tribe. It will happen in 5 years. Giant Spirit Immortal King stared at Lan Xing with wide eyes. Judging from these 2 points, perhaps Lan Xing's deduction was very likely to be true. The War of the 10,000 Races was also known as the War of the Extermination of Races. For the targeted race, it was also known as the Final Battle. Because the War of the 10,000 Races was not decided by a single celestial sovereign, even if a race had the idea, they would need a few years to negotiate with the other races. Therefore, 5 years was not a long time. "Sengoku, if that's the case, we still have to make preparations," Lan Xing said. The Celestial Master nodded. However, he quickly regained his senses. "Save Wentian first. Mystic Spirit Immortal Realm, Qian-Ji's Paradise." Qian-Ji frowned. "Where did that solipsistic kid go? Why is he nowhere to be found?" He Yen said, "I think something bad happened to him. Otherwise, his friends wouldn't have returned." Qian-Ji snorted, "If it was someone else, I would believe that he's dead. But that guy is different. As long as I don't see his corpse, I won't be at ease." Back then, when Lu Chen was kicked into the 6th heaven, it was a death sentence. Yet, Lu Chen was able to turn the tables and chase after Qian-Ji. Of course, Qian-Ji was worried. "No, ask our friends in the human race to continue looking for solipsistic. Also, He Yen, I have an idea. I must achieve this in order to relieve my hatred." "What are your plans?" He Yen asked. Qian-Ji's smile turned cold. "Solipsistic's biggest weakness is that he values relationships. He has many friends and I will not let any of them go. But most importantly, he has a younger sister." Qian-Ji got more and more excited as he spoke. "His sister still has 2 children. I'm going to dig out their internal organs, but not to the extent of killing them. Then, I'll make them into half-human half-puppet puppets and store them away for my amusement." He Yen said indifferently, "You want to descend?" Qian-Ji thought for a while and said, "I heard that his sister hasn't been in Jiutian for quite some time. Even if I ask the Hongyu Celestial to allow me to descend, it would be troublesome if I don't find her. If that's the case, why don't we go to Earth directly?" Qian-Ji stood up and said excitedly, "Solipsistic killed more than 200 people last time. I think he must have gotten the Celestial Battle Order. It would be troublesome if we have that. So, after thinking for a while, I think we should go all out." He Yen frowned. "You mean, you're not thinking of starting a war between the races?" Qian-Ji laughed coldly. "So what if I am? The human race is a lowly race. They should have disappeared from Jiutian long ago. There are many people who have the same idea as me. Even if the human race is weak, the amount of resources that a race has is unimaginable. I think, if the Hongyu Celestial is willing to help, it wouldn't be difficult for her to make this happen. If we do something, this will definitely happen." Qian-Ji looked at Lu Chen excitedly and crazily. "I can't believe I have to forcefully go through a tribulation for the human race. Solipsistic, you're the one who made me unable to become a true immortal. I'll make the entire human race pay the price." In the underground crafting area, many Sengoku spiritual puppets had witnessed the power of the Jyotin star. They quickly hid under the roof of the crafting area. This time, Lu Chen was in high spirits. "Aren't you Sengoku? Why are you so scared? Come out. Fight me if you can," Lu Chen said as he destroyed the roof of the crafting area. The crafting area was a place that specialized in crafting weapons. The buildings here must have been made with special materials to block the power of the Jyotin star. However, after Lu Chen destroyed it, the protection was gone. The group of Sengoku's spiritual puppets were speechless after being scolded by Lu Chen. They could only threaten him. "Come down if you have the guts." Lu Chen did not care about them. He continued to destroy the roof of the crafting area and shouted, "Come up if you have the guts." Obviously, no one dared to enter each other's territory. However, Lu Chen had an advantage. As long as the roof of a crafting room was destroyed, he could go down and search for resources. In the end, he stopped scolding them and was busy searching for resources in the crafting rooms. The crafting rooms that could produce Sengoku puppets were of a higher level than the ones before. Lu Chen found a large amount of rare materials here. There were more than 10 demigod tools, 2 deity tools, and more than 20 psychic immortal jades. Lu Chen, that celestial metal. While searching the last few rooms, Sky Thief could not help but shout excitedly. Lu Chen hurriedly put away a piece of black meteoric metal in front of him. Just as he put away the treasure, Lu Chen saw a tall puppet looking at him coldly from afar. The insignia on the puppet's chest had 8 stars. 8 stars Sengoku. Moreover, this puppet's stars were different from the others. Its stars were solid. Even Lu Chen could not help but gasp. The king of puppets in the underground crafting area. The nearby roofs were all destroyed by Lu Chen. That puppet stood in the distance and looked at Lu Chen coldly. Looking at that puppet's expressionless face, Lu Chen felt a chill in his heart. This was breaking the ground on top of Tai Sui's head. Lu Chen did not dare to stay for long. Now that the universe had reversed, he could still jump around. However, if the universe had reversed, he would definitely die here. After a rough search, Lu Chen did not find any treasures. He stepped on the broken bricks and quickly climbed up to the roof. He ran away under the eyes of the Sengoku puppets. After escaping with great difficulty, Lu Chen ran far away in one breath. After confirming that the puppets did not chase after him, he stopped to rest. Damn, the underground ruins are too dangerous. This is only the crafting area and an 8 stars Sengoku is already here. The difficulty will be even greater. Lu Chen shook his head. Not only that, without Ling Long, the encyclopedia, Lu Chen did not even know what the next level was. He could escape from the one-line sky and the crafting area because he had used the universe reversal. In the future, he might not have such good luck. After thinking carefully, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. The exploration of the immortal ancestors' ruins can take up to 3 months. I still have enough time. However, if I continue to barge in like this, I'm afraid that I will lose my treasures and my life. Lu Chen could not help but think of Yi Fan. In the one-line sky, he had obtained many treasures in the early stages, but in the end, he returned empty-handed. This was very similar to his current situation. It's rare for me to come here. I don't feel satisfied if I don't take a look, however, if I can control my spiritual power and really use the universe reversal for my own use, then I can try again. Thinking of this, Lu Chen simply set up camp in the suburbs. There are still 2.5 months. Let's see if I can understand the universe reversal. Lu Chen said firmly. Chapter 1274. The Earth Guard was already broken, so Lu Chen could only practice it himself. The various areas of the immortal ancestor ruins were extremely dangerous, but there had never been any danger in the outskirts. Lu Chen practiced outside the refining area. When he was hungry, he would find some wild fruits to satisfy his hunger. When he was thirsty, he would drink from the underground river. He still had a lot of medicine on him that could ease his injuries. When the Qian Kun reversal happened, Lu Chen immediately got up and used the technique to injure himself again and again to observe the changes in his spiritual power. After a few days of practice, Lu Chen found that the changes in the Jiutian star's Qian Kun reversal did not follow any pattern. Sometimes it would change once every 10 minutes, and sometimes it would change once every 10 seconds. The only irregular pattern was that the total time for the Qian Kun reversal and Qian Kun reversal was the same. A few days later, when Lu Chen stopped to rest, he thought to himself, when there is no interference, I can control the direction of my spiritual power, but the interference of the Jiutian star is too strong. My control is still unable to compete with it. No, I have to increase the intensity. I can't rest when the Qian Kun reversal is in effect. I don't believe that I can't take back control of my spiritual power. Half a month later, Lu Chen changed his cultivation method. Even when the Qian Kun reversal was in effect, he continued to practice. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed. In these 2 months, Lu Chen had lost count of how many times he had eaten the Great Ravager sweep. After practicing for more than 10 hours, Lu Chen finally had time to rest for a while. After taking out a few China root pills and taking them, Lu Chen took a deep breath. I still can't beat the Jiutian star. At this moment, the weeds under his feet suddenly rose and wrapped around Lu Chen's thigh. Damn! Mu Sheng! Lu Chen was shocked and hurriedly jumped away. Many vines emerged from the ground around him and weaved into the shape of Mu Sheng. Mu Sheng smiled and walked towards Lu Chen. You want to beat the Jiutian star in just 2 months. No matter how monstrous you are, it's impossible. That is one of the most precious treasures of the Jiutian. Even if it is out of control now, it is not something that a mere sovereign personage like you can defeat in a short 2 months. Lu Chen frowned. Then, how long do you think it will take to defeat it? I don't want to leave this place so soon. I didn't get anything good. Mu Sheng smiled. How would I know how long you'll need? Tell me, why are you so greedy? You've already obtained so many treasures, yet you still don't think it's enough. You should know that the others are already content with just a few materials. Lu Chen blinked. So you're here to ask me to leave? I'm here for 2 things. The first thing is that someone used the Grand Heaven Master art in the immortal ancestral ruins for divination. Although I can't see the results of his divination, when the divination was completed, there was a strange phenomenon. This means that something big will happen in the 7th heaven. Lu Chen frowned. The opening of the immortal ancestral ruins was not a big deal. It could be seen that the big deal in the eyes of the 7th heaven was not a small matter. No matter what it is, you need to be prepared early. Mu Sheng exhorted. Lu Chen nodded. I'll remember that. What's the second thing? The second thing. Between you and me, in the words of your human race, we should be husband and wife, right? Mu Sheng walked in front of Lu Chen and stretched out his hand. He actually wanted to touch Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen was startled and instinctively dodged. Mu Sheng was not angry. He smiled at Lu Chen. What, husband and wife are so distant? Lu Chen frowned. We are not husband and wife. Mu Sheng sighed deliberately. Sigh, men are indeed so heartless. You have a child, but you don't recognize us as husband and wife. Lu Chen was speechless. Mu Sheng turned to Lu Chen. When I saw you, I thought of my child. He looks so much like you. Okay, let's get down to business. If you cultivate here, you won't be able to fight against a Jiutian star for 2 years, or even 20 years, let alone 2 months. Mu Sheng put away his smile and said seriously, I can help you, but this is the last time I'll help you. Lu Chen frowned at Mu Sheng. Your actual combat training is enough. All that's left is to meditate and meditate. I will gather all the spiritual power in a cultivation room. You can meditate there for 200 years. Of course, to the outside world, it will only be a day. 200 years. Lu Chen's eyes widened. This was probably the most terrifying time and space at the moment. Yes, 200 years is still too short for you. In the seventh heaven, there are only a handful of people who can control spiritual power at will, including those immortal supremacies. They do not hesitate to spend hundreds or even thousands of years to meditate. However, this is already my limit. If you want to go to a higher level of time and space in the future, you can probably only go to the other branches of the great Mongol tree. Lu Chen had cultivated for 48 years before, so he was not too afraid of 200 years of cultivation. No matter what, Lu Chen would not miss such an opportunity. Okay. I'll go. Mu Xing nodded and glanced at Lu Chen. She raised her hand and a cultivation room formed by vines appeared beside her. Go in. Lu Chen walked to the door and suddenly stopped. He turned to look at Mu Xing. You said this is the last time you'll help me. Where are you going after this? My roots spread across tens of thousands of worlds. I can't always stay by your side. When Mu Xing said this, she did not look at Lu Chen. The great Mongol tree was the most ancient existence in the Jyotian, but it was also the most mysterious existence in the Jyotian. Even Ling Long knew very little about it, let alone Lu Chen. He did not know if Mu Xing was telling the truth. In the end, Lu Chen only said 2 words. Thank you. Just as Lu Chen was about to enter the cultivation room, Mu Xing's gentle voice came from behind. Lu Chen, protect Yao, well. When Lu Chen turned back, he realized that Mu Xing had already left. Lu Chen frowned. Mu Xing's last sentence, was it out of concern for her son, or did she have other intentions? Unfortunately, there was no way to know now. Husband and wife. Lu Chen recalled Mu Xing saying that. Was she his wife? Lu Chen shook his head and walked into the cultivation room. The layout of the cultivation room was extremely similar to the cultivation rooms in the cultivation technique testing area. Lu Chen sat on a praying mat and took a deep breath. 200 years. Damn, I haven't even spent 200 years yet. Following that, Lu Chen directly entered his mind space. There were no universe transformations in the mind space, but Lu Chen had tried it several tens of thousands of times in his previous training. He already understood the principles behind universe transformations and its strength. He could completely simulate the effects of universe transformations. Then, what followed next was endless practice. Time did not actually exist. It was just a quantitative measure of the universe's movement. Especially in the mind space, when Lu Chen was incomparably focused on cultivation, the flow of time became undetectable. The only thing he could use as a reference was tens of millions of times, or even hundreds of millions of times of practice. Here, Lu Chen would not be injured. He would only rest when he was tired. Time after time of training, time after time of simulation. In his mind space, the stars moved, the winds and clouds changed, and time flew by. Chapter 1275. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen was jolted awake when he saw his white hair. So he was still in the consciousness space. Lu Chen said calmly as if he was already an old man. Good Lord, now I don't even need to use the demon-god symbiosis and my hair is already white. I wonder if my hair will also turn white overnight in reality. Speaking of which, how many years have passed? 170 years. Sky Pilfer's voice sounded. In reality, your hair is also white, but it's not this long. If we include the cultivation in the consciousness space, you're almost 300 years old, but in reality, you're only in your 30s. Lu Chen smiled faintly. He suddenly understood what age is just a number meant. It's like a lifetime ago. Lu Chen said calmly. There's still 30 years, let's train a little more. Underground Immortal Ancestor Ruins, on the outskirts of the artifact refining area. In a room made of vines, a large number of vines weakly retreated into the ground. The vines retreated, and a white-haired man sat cross-legged on the grass. He opened his eyes slightly. He didn't know if he should say that 200 years had passed, or that one day had passed. Sky Pilfer, I keep feeling that there's something wrong with Mu Sheng. Lu Chen stood up and brushed the dust off his butt. Why do you say that? Lu Chen nodded. Back then, during the cultivation technique trial, she could turn 1 hour into 48 years, but this time, she said that her limit was to turn 1 day into 200 years. I feel that there are 2 possibilities. One is the problem with the upper limit of the consciousness space. Although 1 hour is equal to 48 years, the upper limit is only 48 years, but this time, the upper limit is 200 years. The other possibility is that during the cultivation technique trial, she didn't use her own abilities, but this time, she helped me in private. Lu Chen stood up, looked around, and continued. The most important thing is, the words she said before she left, I keep feeling that she entrusted Yao to me. Didn't you say that she's not your wife? Why do you care so much about her? Lu Chen sighed. She's not my wife, but she's Yao's mother. I can't just ignore her. When this matter is over, I will find out. It's up to you. In any case, I'll go wherever you go. Oh, right. Remember to find an artificer to help me repair it, Heaven Pilfer said. Got it. There should be about 10 days before the Immortal Ancestor ruins close. Let's go and take a look. Perhaps it was because he had been cultivating for 200 years, but the current Lu Chen was actually somewhat serious in speech and manner. His temperament was much more stable than before. Why don't you give it a try and see if you can resist universe reversal in the real world? Heaven Pilfering said. No need, Lu Chen said indifferently and walked straight to the area in front of him. In front of them was a barren land. There wasn't even any vegetation on the surface. When the wind blew, sand and stones would fly. There were many broken swords stuck in the ground. As the dust and sand blew up, some white bones could be vaguely seen buried in the ground. It seems to be an ancient battlefield. Lu Chen walked in it. If only rhubarb was here. With it, finding treasures wouldn't be difficult. But now, Lu Chen raised his head and looked at a towering mountain range in the distance. On top of it, a palace could be faintly seen. Lu Chen shook his head, there isn't much time left. I don't have time to dig up the remains and look for treasures here. He directly passed through the ancient battlefield. Perhaps because he didn't dig, Lu Chen didn't encounter any demonic mechanisms along the way. Don't tell me you're going directly to the Immortal Ancestor Hall. Heaven Pilfering said in astonishment. There are still 10 days. Since we're here, of course we have to go to the last place to take a look. Lu Chen said, looking at the mountain and running until one's legs break. I don't know how far that place is. Let's go directly. Just like when you pass through the one-line sky, if you pass through the one-line sky, you wouldn't be able to obtain any treasures but you wouldn't encounter any danger. Since Lu Chen's goal was the Immortal Ancestor Hall, as long as he didn't have any plans for treasures, he would be unimpeded. For days later, Lu Chen finally approached the foot of the towering mountain. This mountain looked very tall from afar. At this moment, standing at the foot of the mountain, he felt that the mountain was even more majestic. Just the foot of the mountain extended out for thousands of meters. Lu Chen noticed a stone tablet erected at the foot of the mountain in front of him and walked over to take a look. Ethereal Mountain, the peak of man is the human king. The peak of immortal is the immortal supremacy. The peak of mountain is the ethereal realm. See Mountain Walk. Lu Chen pondered for a moment. There were still 6 days. There was plenty of time. He could make it in time to walk up the mountain. Then, Lu Chen walked up the mountain. 2 days later, Lu Chen climbed up the ethereal mountain that was 10,000 meters tall. When he reached the top of the mountain, he saw a towering hall in front of him. The ground in front of the hall was paved with black rocks of the same size. They were neat and tidy. There was a plaque in the hall with the words Celestial Supremacy Hall written on it. Lu Chen took out the Celestial Ancestor Ruins token and found that this was the last important point of the human race. I wonder if the hall will be affected by the Jiutian star. Lu Chen frowned slightly. If it was not affected, he would have to be very careful and think of an escape route in advance. In front of the hall, there were 4 tall human-shaped stone statues. Each of them was 100 meters tall. The 4 stone statues of mythical beasts, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise, were even twice as big as the human statues. Lu Chen slightly channeled his spiritual energy. Now was the time for heaven and earth reversal. He took a deep breath and walked toward the 8 statues. Lu Chen was ready to fight, but the statues did not move at all. Lu Chen waited for a while, but the statues did not turn into war souls. Huh? The statues don't move? Lu Chen was a little surprised. To ensure his safety, he waited for more than 10 minutes. Seeing that the statues did not change, he walked toward the Celestial Supremacy Hall. Standing in front of the iron door of the hall, Lu Chen was about to push the door open. Who knew that the ancient door of the hall would slowly open by itself? Lu Chen, come in. Suddenly, a deep, ancient voice came from inside. Lu Chen frowned and was a little stunned for a moment. There was someone in the Celestial Supremacy Hall, and that person knew his name. When the door of the Celestial Supremacy Hall opened, Lu Chen found a white-robed immortal sitting inside. At this time, his back was facing Lu Chen, so he could not see his face clearly. What, you came here after thousands of miles and hardships, but you don't even dare to enter the door? The voice sounded again. Don't worry, there are no traps here, nor are there any demonic puppets. Lu Chen frowned and finally stepped over the half-meter-high threshold. Who are you? How do you know my name? Lu Chen asked in a deep voice. At the same time, his whole body was on guard, ready to fight at any time. I heard your name from your friend. Since you entered the underground ruins, except for that day when you entered the world of the great Mongol tree, I can see your every move. Lu Chen stared at the man's back. You are the Celestial Supremacy. Why don't you turn around? You are half right. This place has been abandoned for 10,000 years. Except for the essence of the 5 elements, there is no living thing. The man said, I am the Celestial Supremacy War Soul. I was ordered to guard the Celestial Supremacy Hall for 10,000 years. My master has fallen, but I am still here, Lu Chen thought for a moment. This guy said everything he knew, and he could not hear any hostility toward him. Lu Chen said, what is your purpose? Will you only help me if I want to seize the treasures here? Treasures? Ha 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 ha. The man suddenly laughed, those treasures before are just trash. In the entire celestial ancestral ruins, there has always been only one treasure. Lu Chen slightly narrowed his eyes, what treasure? Jiutian star. Jiutian star. Lu Chen opened his eyes wide. Chapter 1276. Lu Chen had been meditating for 200 years in order to deal with the changes in the universe, but he had never thought that he would have to enter the Jiutian star. The immortal venerable war soul never turned around and spoke to Lu Chen with its back facing him. A long time ago, after the Jiutian star lost control, its internal spiritual energy gradually went out of control. Today, it is in chaos. If the current situation continues, sooner or later, the Jiutian star will self-destruct. At that time, the entire 7th heaven will be affected. Lu Chen frowned. The survival of the 7th heaven is not my concern. There are so many immortal venerables, and Sengoku doesn't care. Why should I take this risk? The man chuckled and said, aren't you looking for a treasure? Why are you making excuses when the treasure is right in front of you? Lu Chen said, don't tell me that I can subdue the Jiutian star. Whether you can subdue it or not, that's your business. I'm just giving you a chance. The man's tone remained calm. If you can resist the attack of the Jiutian star, you do have a chance to subdue it. Didn't you cultivate in the primordial world to resist the changes in the universe? With that, the man stood up, but still did not turn around. But you have to know that when it comes to opportunities, if you can grasp it, it will be called an opportunity. If you can't, it may be your grave. So I can give you a chance, but whether you can grasp it or not, that's your business. Lu Chen frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he asked, if the Jiutian star is in its normal state, what is its function? The man said, you want to see if it is worth the risk. Lu Chen, you should have heard that the Jiutian star is one of the Jiutian treasures. You can't imagine how many immortal venerables died in the fight for the Jiutian star. There are 3 reasons why the Jiutian star is called a treasure. Firstly, it's a rare growth-type magic weapon. After subduing a Jiutian star, you need to use your own spiritual energy to nurture it. Every time you level up, it will become stronger. A growth-type artifact. Lu Chen's eyes widened. The limitless godly demon sword was also a growth-type equipment. From the amount of spirit tablets it required, one could see the difference between it and normal equipment. Don't be surprised. Let me finish. The man continued, secondly, under certain circumstances, the Jiutian star can convert your affinity to the 5 elements. Remember, I'm talking about conversion, direct conversion. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, and then his mind buzzed. It could directly change a person's 5 elements. Just this point of this magical treasure could be considered heaven-defying. With this treasure, Lu Chen could practice the ancient earth secret art. He could also practice the true fire profound ice sword art that required the ice and fire attributes to reach a certain level. Starting from the 4th level of the god-slaying spear, it also required elemental energy. As long as he had the Jiutian star, this would not be a problem. The only problem now was that the man said that there was a condition before the Jiutian star could convert elemental affinity. What condition? Lu Chen asked anxiously. You can't convert it to an element that repels your spirit core, the man explained. Some people specialize in the fire element, so their spirit core will be of the fire element. If the Jiutian star forcibly increases your affinity to the water element, it will be no different from pulling a seedling to help it grow. It will only produce the opposite effect. If it's light, it will damage your spirit core. If it's heavy, it will directly destroy your spirit core. When Lu Chen heard this, he realized that the only thing to take note of had nothing to do with him. He had an ancient chaos spirit core, so it would not repel any element. Naturally, the 5 elements were included. What about the 3rd point? Lu Chen asked. The 3rd point is just a legend. You should have heard that there is a 4th level of spirit energy refinement, but no one has reached that level. The 4th level of spirit energy refinement? Yes. It is said that the 4th level of spirit energy refinement is called the ruler of all things. To comprehend this level, you need 5 supreme treasures, and the Jiutian star is one of them. Although it is just a legend, at least the Jiutian star is also in the legend, isn't it? Lu Chen took a deep breath. He had to admit that after the introduction of the war spirit, Lu Chen was already tempted. Oh, right, there is one more thing. Once you subdue the Jiutian star, my duties and the duties of the celestial ancestors' ruins will be over. At that time, this place will be closed forever. Lu Chen frowned. Then, what about the treasures here? When I said it will be closed forever, I meant it for others. For you, you can use the transmission talisman to come in at any time. Lu Chen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had only explored half of the human race's ancestral land underground, and the 10,000 races' ancestral land. As for the surface area, he had only explored 1% of it. Even so, he had already obtained so many treasures. If he slowly explored in the future, the treasures here would all be his. The other party was going all in. Lu Chen felt that the benefits were not inferior to the Jiutian star. At that time, you don't have to search for treasures. All the treasures will be taken into the immortal palace outside the heavens. Every time you advance to a higher realm, you can get a part of the wealth here. Lu Chen suddenly frowned. Corresponding level? My current level is not the same as yours. It doesn't matter. As long as you defeat the spirit puppet of the corresponding level, you will be considered to have reached the corresponding level. Lu Chen nodded. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, send me there. You are indeed courageous." Good. As he spoke, a transmission door opened behind him. From the transmission door, spiritual power surged out violently. From here, you will enter the interior of the Jiutian star. From the moment you step into the interior of the Jiutian star, you will be attacked endlessly. You must be prepared. Lu Chen nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped into the transmission door. On the surface of the immortal ancestors' ruins, all the people who were exploring here were suddenly forcibly transmitted out of the ruins. Whether it was individual immortals, true immortals, or Sengoku, they stood on huge floating boulders, not knowing what to do. What's going on? Why was I transmitted out? Strange, I was looking for treasures in the war god temple. I just killed the soul of a war god and was about to get the treasure chest. Why did I appear here? I have been to the immortal ancestors' ruins dozens of times, and I have never seen such an incredible thing. At this moment, the huge transmission door of the immortal ancestors' ruins began to distort, turning from a huge rectangular door into a mass of chaos. What's going on? It's space compression. A celestial prime frowned. What happened in the immortal ancestors' ruins? The entrance of the immortal ancestors' ruins could no longer be entered. At this time, the immortals could only look at each other. Something big must have happened inside the immortal ancestors' ruins. Let's wait and see. A celestial prime suggested. Naturally, everyone wanted to see what happened in the immortal ancestors' ruins. They didn't leave but waited on the floating boulders. Chapter 1277. As soon as Lu Chen entered the Jiutian star, he felt as if he was in a chaotic world. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth could all be found here. The spiritual energy bundles formed by the various elements collided, fused, repelled, and exploded. Lu Chen had never seen such a complicated situation before. Not only that, Lu Chen already felt that he was in a state of heaven and earth reversal. However, the attacks here were completely autonomous, and the number was too large, so there was no difference whether it was reversed or normal. As soon as Lu Chen appeared, hundreds of attacks shot toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen hurriedly activated Divine Demon Symbiosis and dodged with 9 void steps. The situation here is too chaotic. To resolve these attacks, it seems that I can only use my spiritual energy to offset these rampaging spiritual energy, and I have to use chaotic spiritual energy. Otherwise, I don't know what elemental changes will happen. Thinking of this, Lu Chen shouted, "Fierce tiger descends the mountain. Sacred Lotus Sword Heart." In the state of heaven and earth reversal, Lu Chen impressively sent out thousands of sword chi. The sword chi collided with these spiritual energy bundles, causing thousands of spiritual energy explosions in succession. Boom 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 boom. Lu Chen resisted the aftermath of the spiritual energy and dodged the omnipresent attacks while using the sacred lotus sword heart to collide with these spiritual energy bundles, neutralizing the spiritual energy contained in these spiritual energy bundles. Just as he familiarized himself with the environment here, the attack suddenly changed direction. However, because the spiritual energy bundles were too chaotic, the number of spiritual energy bundles attacking Lu Qin did not decrease, but increased instead. At the same time, Lu Qin changed the direction of his spiritual energy and used the fierce tiger descends the mountain to offset the attacks with the sacred lotus sword heart. The Jyotian star was like a huge celestial body. Countless attacks seemed to endlessly attack Lu Qin, and they would change direction from time to time. Lu Qin steadied his mind. He knew that in such a high-intensity confrontation, a single mistake could cost him his life. 2,000 attacks, 20,000, 200,000. Fortunately, the intensity of these spiritual energy bundles was not too strong, and Lu Qin did not need to attack with all his strength. 6 hours later, the surrounding attacks showed no signs of weakening, and Lu Qin's energy was severely depleted. Lu Qin, be careful. Sky Thief shouted in a low voice. Lu Qin hurriedly dodged, only then was he able to avoid 7 or 8 attacks behind him. After a person had been highly focused for a few hours, it was inevitable that they would be careless. This also showed that Lu Qin was under a lot of pressure. However, the Buddha avatar and the demon avatar were unable to reverse the flow of spiritual power in the state of universe reversal. Thus, Lu Qin could only deal with these attacks himself. I don't believe that I can't block these attacks. Lu Qin's eyes widened in anger. Suddenly, he slashed his arm with his sword. The pain in his arm made him regain his focus. 48 hours. After 48 hours of continuous high-intensity combat, Lu Qin could no longer stand steadily. Lu Qin, don't force yourself. This Jyotian star has been out of control for thousands of years. These attacks are chaotic and endless. Lu Qin brandished his sacred lotus sword heart and fought for a moment to catch his breath. No, I have to get the Jyotian star. Lu Qin's eyes were red. He was in a killing frenzy. Lu Yi, Xiaoyi, and Yao, are all on Earth. If I don't quickly increase my strength, how can I protect Earth? Sengoku is stronger than me. The Celestial Lord is stronger than me. If I just slowly increase my strength, I'm afraid that some people won't give me the chance. Sky Thief fell silent. It was as if Sky Thief suddenly understood his master better at this moment. Lu Qin was greedy, not because he was greedy, but because he wanted to become stronger. Quickly become stronger. He still had too many things waiting for him to do, and too many enemies secretly watching him. Ascending in a few hundred years was possible for others, but for him, it was impossible. Perhaps this was the real reason why Lu Qin agreed to enter the Jyotian star with the Celestial Lord's war soul. He wanted to become stronger at all costs. But Lu Qin, you've reached your limit. Lu Qin panted and looked at the large number of attacks coming at him again. He gritted his teeth and said, if this is my limit, then I'll surpass it. Tiger descends the mountain. Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. Lu Qin's hand holding the god-slaying spear was already trembling. His body was also on the verge of collapsing. There were already countless wounds of various sizes on his body. Even Lu Qin could not completely avoid all the chaotic attacks. Every time he used the sacred lotus sword heart, he would have to take deep breaths and seize the short time to recover his strength. What supported him now was not spiritual power, but willpower. However, the Jyotian star's attacks were still endless. Lu Qin thought of using the Genesis sword to resist the Jyotian star. However, the spiritual power produced by the Genesis sword would only make the Jyotian star's interior more chaotic. He had to use his spear to counteract these spiritual power beams one by one. Lu Qin. Sky Pilfer had seen Lu Qin endure in this hell with his own eyes. He had to stop him again. No, I haven't tamed the Jyotian star. Lu Qin panted and said, I must get this treasure. A spiritual power beam pierced through Lu Qin's shoulder. Then, more than 10 spiritual power beams attacked from behind. The spiritual power in the Jyotian star changed direction again. Lu Qin gritted his teeth and shouted, "Sacred demon Lotus Heart, inner demon." Lu Qin, who was in the inner demon state, suddenly shouted angrily. He turned around and waved thousands of sword auras. 6 days, 7 days, 8 days, at this time, Lu Qin was covered in injuries. He had used up all the pills he had received from the immortal battle. A green spiritual power beam shot at him. Lu Qin raised his hand and used the star-shattering spear. The two spiritual powers collided and exploded. Normally, this level of spiritual power explosion would not be able to hurt Lu Qin. However, this time, Lu Qin's body was thrown hundreds of meters away and he lay on the ground powerlessly. Fresh blood flowed from his wounds. He tried to raise his head, but there were no more spiritual power beams around him. Is it over? Lu Qin said weakly. It's over. Sky Pilfer said in a choked voice, "Master, you held on." The Jyotian fought hard and received a total of 14,727 wounds. Lu Qin opened his mouth, revealing Lu Qin's red teeth, which were already stained with blood. It's over. Fortunately, I brought a lot of medicine. At this time, a metallic, spiritual power beam shot at Lu Qin at an extremely fast speed. When Lu Qin saw this spiritual power beam, he wanted to stand up, but he was too weak to do so. Damn it, there's still, however, this spiritual power beam suddenly stopped in front of Lu Qin. It turned out that this was not an ordinary spiritual power beam, but a golden bead about the size of a fist. It was faintly glowing with a golden light and was floating in front of Lu Qin. The bead circled in front of Lu Qin a few times before slowly descending and gently landing in Lu Qin's hand. The Jyotian star. Lu Qin said excitedly. I finally got you. Not long after, a voice sounded beside Lu Qin. Lu Qin, do you know how my master fell? Lu Qin immediately knew that it was the immortal sovereign battle soul that was unwilling to show his face. He died here. Congratulations on completing the final challenge of the immortal ancestor ruins. I will fulfill my promise and move all the treasures to the immortal sovereign palace outside the heavens. You can directly teleport in through the Jyotian star. Okay, you can leave now. This place has a new master, so I have to tidy it up. Chapter 1278. Outside the immortal ancestral ruins, tens of thousands of people were looking at the huge vortex. They had to pay attention to such a phenomenon in the human territory. Just as everyone was still confused about what was going on, the vortex began to shrink inwards, becoming smaller and smaller. Not good, the entrance is going to disappear completely. It can't be. Could it be that the immortal ancestral ruins are going to be closed forever? The same thing happened to the other races' entrances. It seems that the immortal ancestral ruins are going to be closed forever. What a pity. This is one of the few treasured lands in the seventh heaven that can provide stable resources. It's going to be closed just like that. Not long after, the vortex had condensed into a black dot. Then, a terrifying ring of spiritual energy shook between heaven and earth. From afar, a golden air current flashed past. Not good, it's the aftermath of annihilation. Run! Everyone hurriedly blocked the aftershock. Outside the sacred spirit grotto heaven, Gu Yan had just come out of the cave when he saw the corpse lying on the ground, covered in blood. Li Shang, everyone come out quickly. Gu Yan shouted, and everyone hurriedly rushed out. Jiu activated the dark erosion 9 souls and carefully approached the corpse. She flipped the corpse over and saw his appearance clearly. Nameless brother. Even though Lu Chen's hair was white and his body was covered in blood, Jiu still recognized Lu Chen at a glance. Everyone hurriedly rushed over when they heard that. Ling Long checked Lu Chen's breathing. He's not dead yet. Quick, Miss Green. Save him. Everyone hurriedly carried Lu Chen back. He was unconscious for 3 days. When Lu Chen opened his eyes, he found Yi Fan, Ling Long, and Little Green beside him. "Boss, you're awake." Lu Yi was the first to see Lu Chen wake up. "Take this pill." Lu Chen didn't even ask and directly swallowed the pill. "Lu Chen, you scared us to death." Ling Long's eyes reddened. "We thought you died at the hands of those artifact spirit puppets." Lu Chen smiled. "They can't kill me. I even stole a lot of resources from them." "This." Ling Long's eyes widened. "You even snatched the resources. Don't tell me your strength has already reached the immortal venerable level." Lu Chen shook his head. "It's not that exaggerated. I just figured out the changes in Qian Kun and used Qian Kun reversal to deal with those Sengoku." Looked at Lu Chen worriedly. "But you're also seriously injured." "Nameless brother, we're all very worried about you." Lu Chen nodded. "I'm back now." "Master, why did your hair turn white? Is this the symbiotic state of God and devil?" Yi Fan noticed Lu Chen's hair. Lu Chen smiled. "It's a long story." Lu Yi hurriedly stopped Yi Fan. "Aya, what are you guys doing? Boss needs to rest now. You can ask these questions later." No matter what, Lu Chen had finally returned safely. The huge rock in everyone's heart was finally lifted. Lu Chen went to check on Rhubarb's condition. That guy was actually still unconscious. However, when the little beast saw Lu Chen, it excitedly pounced on him. That night, Lu Chen sat alone outside the cave abode, looking at the bright moon hanging high in the sky. Not long after, Lu Yi walked out and sat beside Lu Chen. She said softly, "Boss, you're too tired this time. You should rest more." Lu Chen glanced at Lu Yi and smiled. "Aren't I resting now?" "Boss, are you worried about the final battle?" Lu Yi was indeed worthy of being Lu Chen's follower. Her words touched Lu Chen's heart. Lu Chen sighed. "Because I didn't die, the timeline of reality was changed. However, the final battle will come sooner or later. This time, I met Sengoku and the immortal sovereign in the immortal ancestors' ruins. Just a 3-star Sengoku was enough to make me powerless." Lu Yi said. "Boss, you're already very strong. How long have you been in the 7th layer of heaven?" "How long have they been in the 7th layer of heaven?" "With your current strength, you can already defeat a 9-star true immortal." Lu Chen shook his head and said, "But the final battle is between the immortal sovereigns. Also, this time, I met Mu Sheng." Mu Sheng. Lu Yi's expression was somewhat unnatural. However, she quickly adjusted. "How is she?" "She helped me a lot. It's just that I feel that she has something important that she hasn't told me." Speaking of this, Lu Chen stood up. Protecting the coordinates of Earth, descending to the lower realm to see the final battle, Mu Sheng's matter, and the people who wanted his life in the dark, all these things made him feel a little overwhelmed. "Boss, no matter what, we will face it with you. We all believe in you." Lu Yi also stood up and looked at Lu Chen with determination. Lu Chen looked at Lu Yi in surprise. Little Green's words warmed Lu Chen's heart. It also made him feel that he was never fighting alone. "Boss, what do you plan to do next?" "Improve my strength." Lu Chen said. No matter what, the most effective way to deal with it was to improve his strength. In the afternoon, I asked Ling Long. The 7th layer of heaven also has a cultivation space. However, this kind of treasure land has always been fiercely competitive. There might be a lot of fights with experts. Some level 2 caves have such a function. However, it's only available in the auction house. Lu Yi was tempted, then you just need to buy such a cave. Lu Chen shook his head, it's not that simple. This is the 7th layer of heaven. The auction house here is different from other places. This is a place where the strong preys on the weak. Especially the popular auction items. All interested buyers have to go up to the arena. Lu Chen frowned. Ah. Even a high price won't work. No. Don't think that this place is called the immortal domain. The more it is like this, the more it shows that there is no law here. Lu Chen said, in a place without law, naturally, whoever has the biggest fist will have the final say. Money is useless. Little Green, I will have to trouble you to help me recuperate for the next few days. This time, I have exhausted too much of my energy. When I recover, I will go to the auction house. Little Green nodded heavily. Boss, I can't help you with other things, but when it comes to recuperation, you can rest assured. I guarantee that you will be full of energy in 3 days. Oh, do you want to change the color of your hair back? Change it back. I'm afraid that if Yao sees me, she will immediately call me Grandpa. Lu Chen said with a smile. 3 days later, Lu Chen had already completely recovered. He, Jiu, Yi Fan, and Ling Long headed to Earth Tomb City together. They found the store where the goods were being consigned. Yi Fan and Jiu's cave abodes had already been sold, and the price was actually 5,000 spirit tablets. Lu Chen's medicinal pellets had also been sold. Now, Lu Chen's points had already reached 10,000. At the same time, the store gave Lu Chen a pass to the auction house. Boss, where are the bigger auctions? Lu Chen took the pass and asked. Oh, there's one in Earth Tomb City. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. The immortal ancestors' ruins have also produced quite a number of good goods this time. Recently, there have been auctions. If you want to go, you can go at night. The store owner did not dare to have a bad attitude towards Lu Chen. After all, there were 3 true immortals standing behind him. This attitude, he felt that it was the opposite of the others. What do you want to buy? The store owner asked out of turn. Oh, a cave abode of 2nd level and above. Lu Chen said. 2nd level cave abode? That's a hot commodity. Even Sengoku wants to snatch it. When the time comes, there will be no lack of people going up the stage. The store owner said in astonishment. Lu Chen faintly smiled, I know. Alright, we should be leaving as well. The price of your consigned goods is pretty good. I'll look for you again next time. After saying that, Lu Chen brought his people and left the store, heading straight for the auction house. Chapter 1279. The 7th Heaven's auction house was more like a gladiator arena. There was a wide arena in the middle, and a defensive array was set up. It was surrounded by immortals, and there were at least 20 to 30,000 seats. The guards at the entrance were a few loose immortals. After checking Lu Chen's auction pass, they gave Lu Chen a square piece of metal and a piece of talisman paper and let him in. This talisman paper was used for bidding. As long as one wrote a bid on it, the organizer would receive the message and could be used repeatedly. Lu Chen's pass was 10,000 points, so he could only sit in the ordinary seats. There were less than 10 minutes before the auction began, and the seats were basically full. There were still people entering in an endless stream. What are the conditions for the VIP seats over there? Yi Fan looked at the VIP seats in the front row. Compared to the crowded seats at the back, the best seats were rather sparsely occupied. This time, Ling Long had come with them. With the encyclopedia, it was much more convenient. Ling Long said, you can enter the VIP area if you have 1 million points. Usually, only Sengoku can reach such a high point. Apart from the VIP area, do you see the private room over there? It's even more luxurious. You can only enter if you have 10 million points. Lu Chen asked, we only have a total of 40,000 spirit tablets. Can we use other items during the auction? Ling Long said, it's okay. The auction house also has a commission service. The price is slightly lower than outside, but the good thing is that they will pay directly. That piece of metal can be used to check their purchase price. At the same time, it has the ability to teleport. For more common items, you can check the price of the corresponding spirit tablets. If there is no problem with the price, you can directly trade it to them. They will pay in advance. Ling Long continued, some common items are actually not that cheap. The key is to pay directly. You won't lose out if you sell it to them. Lu Chen looked at the small piece of metal in his hand. It seemed that the auction house was the biggest business. Just this business alone could make him a lot of money. Ling Long, how many spirit tablets does a level 2 cave abode usually cost? Jiu asked. Level 2 cave abodes have more functions, so it depends on the type. Generally speaking, the low-level cave abodes cost around 100,000 to 300,000, the mid-level cave abodes cost a few million, and the high-level cave abodes cost, sky-high. So expensive? Yi Fan's eyes widened as he said, it only costs a few hundred to extract the cultivation method. Ling Long explained, cash withdrawal is only a one-time benefit, but the cave abode is a permanent benefit. After becoming an immortal, one's lifespan is extremely long. Think about the benefits of hundreds or even thousands of years. Of course, the price is expensive. Besides, the extracted items can't be used all the time. After each breakthrough, the cultivation techniques and equipment will need to be extracted again, and the number of spirit tablets required will increase by at least 10 times. Lu Chen, who was looking around, suddenly vomited blood. Ah! It has to be reflected again. Lu Chen was very shocked and asked nervously. Why? Isn't it because the main body can already use it? No, the difference in strength between the 7 heavens is huge. From an itinerant immortal to a supremacy. You don't count. Ling Long glanced at Lu Chen and decisively excluded Lu Chen. She continued, there are from an itinerant immortal to a supremacy, but the difference in strength is like heaven and earth. From a perfected immortal to a Sengoku, and then to a supremacy, it's a qualitative change. The physical body has undergone a qualitative change, so the cultivation method needs to adapt to the new physical body, and also needs to go through a new extraction process. Lu Chen frowned. A God-Fiend set cost 1,000 spirit tablets, and its price was much more expensive than other equipment. Even if other God-Fiend sets cost more than 10,000 spirit tablets, he could accept it, but the biggest problem was the bottomless God-Fiend Limitless Sword. Lu Chen hadn't extracted the God-Fiend Limitless Sword yet. However, Lu Chen still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. After all, he didn't seem to have experienced the process from a perfected immortal to a Sengoku, and then to a supremacy immortal. If he was always a human king, he might not need to extract it again. The auction was about to begin, and Lu Chen could only withdraw his thoughts. A crisp bell rang, and the noisy scene suddenly quieted down. A perfected immortal walked to the center of the auction venue. He seemed to have used the Great Bell Talisman, and his voice could be heard in every corner of the venue. Welcome, fellow immortals. The Immortal Ancestor Ruins auction has been held for 4 consecutive days, and it's not the first time you've attended the auction. I won't be long-winded and will start directly. Someone brought a wooden box. The host opened it, and there was a dark green bottle about 20 centimeters long inside. The host took out a talisman paper and injected spiritual power into it, and a line of words appeared in midair. Wishful Golden Branch Pot, Intermediate 6th Grade Dharma Treasure, Effect 1, Spirit Gathering in Spirit Storage. It can provide an additional 20% of the owner's cultivation spiritual power, and it can also provide spiritual energy during battle. Effect 2, Spirit Transforming into Dew. Every 24 hours, the spiritual energy in the pot can be refined into spiritual dew. The spiritual dew can nourish medicinal herbs and accelerate their growth. This treasure was excavated by fellow immortal in the herb garden of the immortal ancestor ruins. Although the immortal ancestor ruins encountered a sudden change this time, there were still many good things, the host said. As everyone can see, this is a cultivation and plant-type Dharma treasure. The effect is very significant. Seeing this effect, Lu Chen also wanted it very much. He didn't care about spirit transforming into dew. After all, he had a medicine boy. However, spirit gathering and spirit storage was too useful. With this Dharma treasure, his cultivation speed could increase by 20% out of thin air. Even Ling Long said, "It's indeed not bad." Ordinary cultivation Dharma treasures can increase the cultivation effect by 10%, but this one can increase it by 20%. It seems that the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion wants to get off to a good start by releasing such a heavyweight Dharma treasure as the first item. The price of a cultivation Dharma treasure is not low. Moreover, this one is so outstanding. I estimate that the starting price will be at least 100,000 yuan. As expected, the starting price of the Rui Golden Branch pot reached 130,000 spirit tablets. Fellow immortals who are interested in bidding, please come to the arena. This price was basically something that perfected immortals couldn't afford. Those who were willing to bid were Sengoku and above. 7 Sengoku walked directly to the arena. That perfected immortal host bowed slightly to the 7 people. "Greetings, Sengoku. I have a duty to fulfill, so I apologize for my lack of etiquette. Please forgive me, Sengoku." A sturdy middle-aged man waved his hand and said somewhat impatiently, "It's fine. Name your price." "Okay." The host said, "Each bid is 10,000 yuan. The timer is 30 seconds. After the host bid, the 7 immortal masters didn't speak for a long time. Lu Chen frowned slightly. He had never seen an auction like this. Puzzled, he asked Ling Long, "Why aren't they bidding?" "They are waiting for others to bid. Otherwise, if they don't dare to accept the challenge, they can only be eliminated." Lu Chen still didn't quite understand. He could only continue to watch. When the bidding time was about to end, that middle-aged man suddenly opened his mouth and said, 140,000. The host said, "Okay, Golden Hammer Sengoku bids 140,000. The timer will start again in 30 seconds. This time, they didn't have to wait too long. Not long later, a lady smiled faintly. "Golden Hammer, I'm sorry, but I also want this treasure bottle." Seeing this lady, Golden Hammer Sengoku's expression was somewhat unnatural. You didn't bid just now. Did you have to wait for me to bid before you bid? You clearly know that I lack a cultivation treasure, but you still want to fight with me. You're going against me. Sengoku sneered. "Golden Hammer, it's not your first time participating in an auction. Why are you still asking him so naively? You lack a cultivation treasure, but don't tell me I don't. This treasure bottle's effect is better than my purple gold pearl. Of course I want it. 150,000. If you're not convinced, I don't mind winning against you again." Chapter 1280. Lu Chen couldn't help but ask Ling Long, what will happen if Golden Hammer wins? What will happen if he loses? If he wins, Yu's bid will be nullified. If he loses or doesn't accept the challenge, Golden Hammer will be eliminated. Golden Hammer doesn't dare to compete. Golden Hammer Sengoku only became a 1-star Sengoku 10 years ago. Yu became a 1-star Sengoku a few decades ago. They have fought before, and Golden Hammer is no match for Yu. Ling Long didn't forget to give a prediction. Lu Chen finally understood the auction rules of the immortal world. Not only did one have to have money, one also had to have strength. Speaking of which, Lu Chen couldn't help but think that this method was actually quite reasonable. Whoever dared to bid carelessly would not only be beaten up, but his bid would also be nullified. On the stage, Golden Hammer glared fiercely at Yu Yu. However, Yu Yu wasn't afraid at all. She looked at Golden Hammer with a smile. After a moment of stalemate, Golden Hammer said fiercely, "All right, Yu Yu, I will remember this. Don't worry, we have plenty of time in the future." After speaking, Golden Hammer turned around and left the stage angrily. The bidding continued, and a few people bid high prices. But what was interesting was that these Sengoku seemed to know each other very well. No matter how unwilling they were, if they were not strong enough, they could only be eliminated. These Sengoku are very cautious. Yi Fan said. That's right. They have met in the immortal arena and know each other's strength. Being eliminated now is better than fighting a fierce battle and not getting anything. Ling Long said. Unknowingly, the price of the treasure bottle had risen to 190,000. At this time, there were only 2 people left. The one who shouted was a woman in purple. She had a beautiful face and clear eyes. She didn't look like she was a few hundred years old, but more like a girl less than 20 years old. She turned to look at the last person and smiled, "Senior Mulong, don't fight with me." The man in white behind her looked indifferent, but his eyes were looking in a certain direction outside the stage. I thought he would go on stage. I didn't expect. Dong Li, if you want this bottle, take it. I'm not interested. After speaking, the man in white directly left the stage. In the end, Immortal Master East Fence won the wishful golden branch pot for 190,000. Although no one made a move in this battle, the whole process was filled with the smell of gunpowder, causing everyone to sweat. After the first item was sold, the second and third items were quickly brought up. The prices of the later items were not as exaggerated. They were only around several thousand to several tens of thousands of true immortals. Thus, many true immortals would be able to compete for them. There were many true immortals, and if there were many people on the stage, it would be impossible for them to know each other like Sengoku. Gradually, there was competition in the auction. Lu Qin found that the following auction items were much worse than the wishful golden branch pot. The battle between true immortals was boring, so he was busy selling some common materials. Originally, Yi Fan and company had wanted to share the materials they had obtained with Lu Qin. However, they later considered that if Lu Qin bought a level 2 cave abode, they could all cultivate there. Then, there would be no need to share the materials obtained from the immortal ancestor ruins. They would all be given to Lu Qin. This time, their team had obtained a lot of treasures. Lu Qin was very busy. Damn, Frosty Cloud Iron, 400 spirit tablets. I have 89 spirit tablets. Golden Sparrow Dust, 300 spirit tablets, 143 spirit tablets. So many. Green Dragon Pearl, 1000 spirit tablets. I have 19 spirit tablets. Lu Qin kept transferring materials into the metal block. Spirit tablets came out in stacks. After a few minutes, Lu Qin transferred a batch of materials. Suddenly, the metal block stopped producing spirit tablets. Lu Qin hurriedly picked up the metal block and checked it. He knocked on it. It stuck. Damn, it's swallowing my treasures. Fortunately, before long, the metal block produced a large number of spirit tablets. Lu Qin heaved a sigh of relief. Sigh, it's better to deal in person. This thing feels like online shopping. Gradually, the speed at which the metal block produced spirit tablets slowed down. Every time, Lu Qin had to knock on it and wait for a while before the spirit tablets came out. What the hell is this? Lu Qin cursed. Fortunately, whether it was a few seconds or a few minutes, this thing did not really swallow Lu Qin's materials. Lu Qin continued the transaction. At the same time, somewhere in Sky Treasure Pavilion, 5 perfected immortals and more than 20 itinerant immortals were surrounding a piece of metal. The scene was very busy. These 20 people were like an assembly line. Here it comes again, Golden Toad Gallbladder, 243 spirit tablets. How many? 243. Are they crazy? Who is this guy? How can these rare materials be sold in bulk? That person took the golden-toed gallbladder and quickly checked it with his companions. There's no problem with the materials. Storage. Someone was in charge of the storage. At the same time, another person was calculating the price, 243 multiplied by 200. 48600 spirit tablets. See, there's not enough spirit tablets. Quick, get the accountant to transfer it. Not enough again. More than 1 million spirit tablets have been transferred. This guy sold more spirit tablets at the auction house several times. Stop arguing, we're too busy. Hurry up. One of the perfected immortals said anxiously. Not good, here it comes again. Quick, get ready. The person in charge of receiving the goods saw a large pile of goods being transferred out. His face turned pale. This won't do. Quick, get someone to help. We're too busy. Is this guy selling things or not? Why do I feel like he wants to destroy our heavenly treasures pavilion? Yi Fan kept staring at Lu Chen. The metal block in his master's hand was like a money printing machine. Spirit tablets kept coming out, one after another. Not long after, Lu Chen finally stopped. He looked up and saw Yi Fan's infatuated gaze. What? Master, there are so many spirit tablets. Yi Fan's eyes were sparkling. Jiu also came over. Nameless brother, how much did you sell? I sold all the materials, Lu Chen said. It's only 2 million spirit tablets. 2 million. Ling Long's eyes widened. Do you know how big of a sum that is? A high-class Sengoku probably doesn't have much more than that. Lu Chen, we can't sell those materials for that much, right? Lu Chen nodded. I snatched some high-class materials from Sengoku's spiritual puppet and sold most of them. Lu Chen sold all the herbs and synthetic materials. He only had the psychic immortal jade left. That was the material to awaken Chiu Mei. That was definitely not to be sold. As for the other materials and herbs, Lu Chen had thought about it. When he entered the immortal ancestral ruins again, he would be able to get them as long as he could pass through the immortal palace. Buying a cave abode was more important now, so he sold it for money first. 2 million spirit tablets should be enough to buy a decent second-grade cave abode. Speaking of which, Lu Chen's consignment points had already reached more than 3 million. The next time he went to the auction, he would be qualified to sit in the VIP area. By the time Lu Chen sold the materials, more than half of the auction was already over. After looking at a few more auction items, the host went on stage again. This time, no one sent up any more auction items. The host had 2 more pieces of paper in his hands. Fellow immortals, after seeing the items in my hands, you should know what the next auction item is. The host smiled slightly. That's right. This is the main item of this auction. A medium-grade second-grade immortal abode. As soon as these words came out, everyone at the scene quieted down. A medium-grade second-grade immortal abode. That was a paradise that even Sengoku wanted. Chapter 1281. Second-level abodes were already very rare, let alone middle-level abodes. Even the host felt a few times more confident now that he had this cave abode. The abode's description came out quickly. Immortal Spirit Wonderland, second level, middle level abode. Concentration of spiritual energy, B. There are 20 low level, 8 middle level, 2 high level, and 1 special cultivation tower. At the same time, the abode is equipped with 3 crafting rooms, 2 alchemy rooms, a small indoor herb garden, and a unique training room for battle pets and puppets. This is a rare configuration for abodes. Also, the special cultivation tower in the Immortal Spirit Wonderland is divided into 3 levels. The first level is a space-time training room. The time expansion ratio is 1:5. The effects of the training rooms on the second and third levels cannot be tested. You must complete the cultivation tower's test before you can open it. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Just from the description of the training room, he could tell that it was many times better than the Holy Spirit Wonderland and the 9-Star Wonderland. Even if Lu Chen didn't know much about the market, there was no doubt that this abode was the best among second-level, middle-level abodes. This is what I want. Lu Chen was already talking to himself excitedly. The host announced the starting price on the spot. Fellow immortals, you all know your stuff. Apart from the fact that the concentration of spiritual energy in this abode is a bit lower than that of an advanced second-level abode, the other facilities are definitely not inferior to that of an advanced second-level abode. Therefore, the starting price of this abode is also higher than other middle-level, second-level abodes. Its starting price is 3,200,000 spirit stones. When the starting price was announced, there was a commotion. What, a middle-level, second-level starting price is 3,200,000. I've never seen a middle-level, second-level abode with such a high starting price. But I have to say, this abode's configuration is indeed very luxurious, especially the special cultivation tower. The first level already has 5 times the normal training room. I think the second and third levels could reach 10 times the normal training room. Only an advanced abode can have 10 times the normal training room. The price is indeed ridiculously high, but this abode is also worthy of this price. The starting price and the final price were 2 different things. Without a doubt, the starting price of 3,200,000 spirit stones was definitely a sky-high price for a middle-level, second-level abode. And the one who was the most shocked was Lu Chen. The moment he saw the information about this immortal cave, he couldn't take his eyes off it. He couldn't wait to buy it. But now, the starting price was 3.2 million. According to the previous rules, the first bid had to exceed the starting price. Conservatively speaking, it should be 100,000 per bid. That meant he was still short of 20,000. At this time, the people who wanted to buy the Immortal Spirit Grotto Heaven were already on the stage. Lu Chen anxiously rummaged through his backpack, but there was nothing left to sell. At this moment, someone handed over a stack of spirit tablets. Lu Chen looked up in surprise and realized that it was Ling Long. Lu Chen, here are 30,000 spirit tablets. I've spent quite a bit of money over the years, so this is all I have left. Lu Chen looked at Ling Long, touched. This was her own money, and now she had given it all to Lu Chen. Go quickly, or it'll be too late. Ling Long said. Be careful, the people up there are all Sengoku-level powerhouses. Thanks. Lu Chen nodded at Ling Long, then turned around and rushed towards the ring. Those who came to the stage seemed to be old acquaintances. There were more than 20 people on the stage, and all of them were Sengoku-level powerhouses. Of course, only Sengoku could afford this kind of auction item. Golden Hammer saw Yu Yu, and his eyes turned red when he saw his enemy. He said eccentrically, Yu Yu, can you take out 3 million spirit tablets? Yu Yu snorted, if you can take it out, why can't I? Golden Hammer sneered, is that so? Alright, I want to see if you can snatch the Immortal Spirit Grotto Heaven. Why, you want a bit higher? Did the weak have no chance to snatch the auction item? Actually, it wasn't necessarily so. The auction had been going on for so many years, and everyone was well aware that there was a way to beat the strong. If the price was raised to a level that the other party couldn't accept, then even if the other party could beat you, they wouldn't necessarily bid a higher price to snatch it. You don't have to worry about that. Golden Bear seemed to have a card up his sleeve. The host looked at the people on the stage and said apologetically, ladies and gentlemen, Sengoku, let's begin. The starting price is 3.2 2 million spirit tablets, and the minimum bid increment is 100,000. Now, let's begin. 3 million. Someone shouted from afar. Then, a black shadow quickly rushed over, and stood on the ring in an instant, gasping for breath. Damn, I finally made it. Lu Chen only had 3 million, which meant that he had to be the first to bid. If he was late, he wouldn't be able to afford the cave. Everyone looked at the extra person in the middle of the field in surprise. The path to immortality hasn't opened. Scattered immortal. No way, am I seeing things? Golden Hammer looked at Lu Chen from head to toe. Even if he couldn't see the badge, he was very sure that this person wasn't even a true immortal. Hey kid, do you know that this is an auction? This stage isn't for you to casually enter. If you can't take out that much money, it's equivalent to playing with us. Even if the Immortal Supreme comes, he won't be able to protect you. Lu Chen snorted, who said I can't take out the money. You're stupid, don't think that others are as stupid as you. What did you say? How dare you talk to me like that? Golden Hammer was furious. At this moment, the host hurriedly pulled Golden Hammer back. Golden Hammer Sengoku, calm down. If he really can't take out the money, our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion naturally won't let him off. If Sengoku wants to teach him a lesson, there are plenty of opportunities in the Immortal Arena. Don't break the order of the auction. Although Golden Hammer didn't like the host, it was impossible for Heavenly Treasure Pavilion to be so big without someone backing them. Golden Hammer didn't act out of consideration for the monk's face. The host walked in front of Lu Chen and looked at Lu Chen. He said coldly, I think you're here to join in the fun. Anyway, someone will bid higher than you later. Lu Chen frowned as he looked at the host. This guy was obviously looking down on him. Lu Chen said coldly, why are you talking so much nonsense? Since you're the host, then host properly. Don't meddle in things that you shouldn't meddle in. This true immortal was angered by Lu Chen until his face turned ashen. He was just persuading Golden Hammer earlier, but now he wished he could go up and teach this kid a lesson. However, he was after all the host. If he were to make a move, wouldn't the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion be criticized by others? Good, you have guts. A mere loose immortal dares to talk to me like that. The host held back his anger, sure, everyone. Even if Sengoku doesn't kill you, I will kill you in the Immortal Arena. Lu Chen curled his lips, I advise you to give up on this idea. Alright, the bidding lasts for 30 seconds. If you don't continue, I'll take it as mine. Hiss. The host was so angry that his teeth itched. In his heart, he had already killed Lu Chen hundreds of times. Good. You can do it. The host turned around to look at the surrounding Sengoku and said, everyone Sengoku, I believe that very soon, Lord Sengoku will punish this person. 3 million. 30 seconds, 4 million. Golden Hammer couldn't wait to raise the price and directly raised it by 700,000. Lu Chen was shocked and couldn't help but look at Golden Hammer. My goodness, luckily I arrived in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to afford it. Chapter 1282. Brat, a mere itinerant immortal dares to behave atrociously in front of me. I don't have time to play with you today, but I'll make sure you die a horrible death in the Immortal Arena tomorrow. Get lost. Golden Hammer shouted angrily. He was sure that Lu Chen wouldn't dare to accept his challenge. In fact, other than Ling Long and the others, everyone thought that this itinerant immortal was here to cause trouble. Brat, get lost. Don't disturb Lord Sengoku's fight for the cave abode. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Hey, brat, stay away if you want to die. Golden Hammer Sengoku has already spoken. He definitely won't live past 2 days. The surrounding discussion made Ling Long and the others even more nervous. Brother Nameless. Looked nervously at the stage, at the guy who was being ridiculed by everyone. Her heart was about to twist into a ball. Yi Fan frowned. There are a total of 23 competitors on the stage, and all of them are Sengoku-level powerhouses. Master said that he couldn't beat a 3-star Sengoku. This time, he's in danger. Ling Long realized that she was also very nervous. Ever since she gave up on the ice heart technique, her Dao heart had deteriorated. She was actually nervous about that brat. There's a powerhouse stronger than 3-star Sengoku here. Ling Long said. This sentence made and Yi Fan even more nervous. There was someone stronger than 3-star Sengoku. How should Lu Chen deal with this? The boos below the stage grew louder and louder. The host looked at Lu Chen with a sneer. Do you think it's over? Golden Hammer Sengoku said that he wants you dead tomorrow. To be honest, if I didn't have to host the auction, I'd kill you right now. Shut up. Lu Chen suddenly shouted, startling the host. He looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. You dare to be so fierce to me. When Lu Chen decided to be ruthless, not to mention this irrelevant host, but even Lu Yi and Luo Yao. Of course, he wasn't actually being mean to them. It was just that under certain circumstances, he couldn't calm down unless he was fierce. Lu Chen looked at the host impatiently. If you want to die so badly, come challenge me at any time. But I'll have to trouble you to be more professional in the ring now. Lu Chen coldly said, Golden Hammer, right? If you want to kill me, you don't have to wait until tomorrow. I'll definitely reject your offer. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Refusing to raise the price meant that the itinerant immortal below wanted to fight with Sengoku. Itinerant immortals are taking the initiative to confront Sengoku? I've been in the 7th heaven for 100 years, but I've never seen such a ridiculous thing. Looks like this guy really wants to die. There really are people who aren't afraid of death. Maybe they don't want to live anymore. I think the battle between the two of them will end in 10 seconds. Golden Hammer was currently pondering how to deal with Yu and the others. In the end, he was interrupted by Lu Chen's words and was speechless for a long time. The other few Sengoku looked at Lu Chen as if they were looking at a monster. Yu slightly narrowed her eyes and sneered. This kid is really interesting. He just had to die in the auction house. Itinerant immortals going against Sengoku is in itself offending their superiors. Golden Hammer definitely won't let him live. Dong Li looked at Lu Chen with interest. However, this kid can be considered to have died with some dignity. He actually died in the hands of Sengoku. Mulong crossed his arms and coldly snorted. He lightly spat out 2 words. Boring. Only then did the host react. He suddenly laughed out loud. That's what you said. All the immortal friends have heard it. You rejected Golden Hammer Sengoku's offer. Lu Chen rolled his eyes at the host. Your IQ is really touching. Of course I'm clear. Hurry up and start. Is there really no one else in Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? They chose you to host the auction. You. The host was ridiculed by Lu Chen again and again. He was so angry that his face turned ashen. However, he quickly thought of Lu Chen's next result and immediately felt relieved. Alright, Golden Hammer Sengoku. This person made fun of you Sengoku. His crime is unforgivable. Golden Hammer coldly snorted. You don't have to fan the flames here. I said, this traitor must die. Let's start the arena. When doing this, the host was very agile and quickly activated the defensive array. The other Sengoku didn't need to leave. This was the privilege of Sengoku. With their strength, they naturally weren't afraid of the aftermath of the battle between the two. Finally, they entered the arena stage. Both sides were already fully alert. The arena stage begins. One side admits defeat. Golden Hammer slightly raised his chin and looked down at Lu Chen. Unfortunately, under my hands, you have no chance to admit defeat. Lu Chen frowned slightly. It's just an auction. Is there a need to fight to the death? You can only blame yourself for forgetting your identity. Since you dared to contradict me before, you should know that this is what you asked for. Golden Hammer's eyes revealed a murderous aura. Lu Chen nodded. It seemed that Golden Hammer didn't intend to let him go. After 200 years of bitter cultivation, a one-star Sengoku, compared to the current him, how big was the gap between their strength? Lu Chen also wanted to know. Are you ready to die? Golden Hammer's smile gradually became cruel. If you don't open your state, I think you have completely given up. Lu Chen coldly snorted, open my state. Sorry, if I want to beat you. I don't need it. With that, Lu Chen walked step by step towards Golden Hammer. What is that guy doing? How dare he get so close to Sengoku? Can't you see? He's here to die. Until he stood half a meter away from Golden Hammer, Lu Chen stopped. He was half a head taller than Golden Hammer. He lowered his eyes and looked at Golden Hammer. I'll give you a chance, go all out. What kind of joke is this? Before Golden Hammer's voice fell, a black spear appeared in Lu Chen's hand. At an incredible speed, it passed by Golden Hammer's ear. In an instant, the latter half of Golden Hammer's sentence was suddenly swallowed back. He, actually didn't have any reaction to the attack of this loose immortal. If the spear didn't pass by his ear and pierce through his head, he would probably be a dead man now. You, what realm are you? Golden Hammer looked at Lu Chen in horror. Lu Chen indifferently said, Human King. Golden Hammer's eyes almost popped out. Human King realm. He would rather believe that he had misheard. This guy is Sengoku. Didn't you always want to kill me? I said I'll give you a chance. The next spear won't just pass by your ear. Lu Chen's voice was incomparably cold. Golden Hammer slightly narrowed his eyes, Kid, even if you are Sengoku, I am not afraid of you. Do you really think I'm Sengoku at the bottom? This trump card was originally left for other Sengoku. Now, I've changed my mind. Golden Hammer directly jumped away from Lu Chen and sneered at you, consider yourself lucky. The person who should have died today is you. But since someone jumped out to ruin it, I can only open your eyes in advance. Immortal rank protection, immovable golden steel. With a loud bang, a violent spirit power instantly exploded on the stage. The spirit shield in front of you shook off the aftermath of the spirit power. She frowned, this guy has an immortal rank protection. Sure enough, he still has a trick up his sleeve. It seems that he really intends to trick me. Dong Li's hand pinched a sword in front of her chest. The spirit power was directly cut by her fingers and brushed past her body. This Golden Hammer has a bit of ability. However, the man in white next to her, at this time, his eyes fell on Lu Chen. That spear just now, did Golden Hammer deliberately not dodge, or, he didn't dodge at all? Chapter 1283. I, Golden Hammer, don't kill nameless people. Tell me your name. Solipsistic. Lu Chen said indifferently. As they spoke, both of them were ready to attack. Sengoku and Human King. Yi Fan stared at the battlefield, the limit of mortals, is it possible to defy immortals? As they spoke, both of them moved at the same time. Immortal art, emptiness of 4 elements, human emptiness. When Sengoku attacked, it was indeed different. Behind the Golden Hammer, a huge illusory image of an emperor appeared. It raised its palm and blasted out. The spiritual power in the ring surged and pressed down with an overwhelming force. Golden Hammer's main profession was monk seal, so his attacks were seal attacks. Emptiness of 4 elements, human emptiness, earth emptiness, Sky Emptiness, and Tao Emptiness. However, Golden Hammer only used the first stage, Human Emptiness. It was clear that he underestimated Lu Chen. Lu Chen snorted and advanced instead of retreating, void shattering. The two spiritual powers collided instantly, and the spiritual power on the stage surged. Rings of air crazily hit the defensive shield. A moment later, both of them retreated at the same time. Although both of them were not injured, Golden Hammer still had a shocked expression on Lu Chen's face. Void shattering was a low-level technique, yet it was able to tie with an immortal art. How was this possible? What's more, Solipsistic did not use any weapons, and did not even add any status. It's skill. Mu Long on the side frowned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Dong Li looked at Mu Long in surprise. Skill? What do you mean? Mu Long said, although that guy's void-shattering attack was unexpected, it was still too far away from emptiness of four elements. The reason why he could tie with void-shattering was because he used skill. The essence of any technique is the movement of spiritual power. That guy used void-shattering to offset or reverse Human Emptiness's attack in a very short time, this guy. How could he figure out Human Emptiness's spiritual power movement the moment the opponent made a move? Even if his spiritual power reached the second stage, he couldn't do it. Dong Li turned her head to look at the black-haired man in the middle of the field. She narrowed her eyes slightly. I remember that he said he was a human king. Even if he was bragging, he was at most a loose immortal. How could he be so strong? Brat, how dare you look down on me? Golden Hammer said angrily. Lu Chen looked at the Golden Hammer indifferently. Aren't you also looking down on me? Unfortunately, there are still many people queuing up behind you. I don't have time to play with you. Lu Chen shook his head. Next, I'll finish you with one move. All the Sengoku present widened their eyes when they heard this. He defeated Golden Hammer in one move. He's just an itinerant immortal, yet he dares to boast like that. What a big tone. This guy's name is Solipsistic. He's really arrogant. An itinerant immortal defeated Sengoku in one move. I thought I heard wrong. Golden Hammer felt more and more pressure. Suddenly, a golden war hammer appeared in his hand. After seeing the war hammer, there was a commotion in the audience. Tyrant Demon Subduing Hammer. It's the Tyrant Demon Subduing Hammer. The Tyrant Demon Subduing Hammer can enter the top 300 in the Human Immortal Domain's Divine Weapon chart. Wasn't Golden Hammer Sengoku's previous weapon the Martial King Hammer? He actually got an even more powerful Tyrant Demon Subduing Hammer. Golden Hammer Sengoku really came prepared this time. Not only does he have the Immortal Rank Body Protection technique, he also has the Tyrant Demon Subduing Hammer. I think he deliberately showed weakness before. With his current strength, Yuu's Sengoku is probably no longer his opponent. With the Tyrant Demon Subduing Hammer on sale, Golden Hammer was full of confidence. Brat, since I said that you will die today, you definitely won't survive. Lu Chen smiled slightly. You've taken out your weapon. You've finally taken out some real ability. With that, he stretched out his right arm. In an instant, a black spear appeared in his hand. True immortals don't recognize this spear, but some people do. That spear is the Void God-slaying spear. A Sengoku's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Chen's weapon in disbelief. Sengoku was indeed Sengoku. He could actually recognize the God-slaying spear. Impossible. The God-slaying spear Venerable has been dead for thousands of years. His Void God-slaying spear should have been damaged long ago. Yue said in shock. It shouldn't be. It seems to be a little different from the Void God-slaying spear. The current God-slaying spear was indeed very different from before. It was really the shape after fusing with the silver bile. Moreover, the God-slaying spear had not been completely repaired yet. Lu Qin ignored the discussion of the Sengoku around him and looked at Golden Hammer coldly. He touched the spear with his left hand. The god-slaying spear suddenly showed a bright red luster. It was as if the lava world in the spear had been activated. One move. Lu Qin sneered. Golden Hammer's eyes widened in anger. Arrogant to the extreme. Let's see how you can defeat me in one move. Immortal art, emptiness of four elements, Dao Kong. Golden Hammer roared. A terrifying and ferocious beast behind him roared and pounced on Lu Qin together with Golden Hammer. This move directly changed the seal attack into a close combat attack. Moreover, the palm technique was used with the Overlord Divine Hammer. Its power was increased by several times. The defensive array shook violently. It was already shaken by the aftermath of the spiritual power released by Golden Hammer. Yoyue's eyes widened. Was this Golden Hammer's true strength? This was no longer the Golden Hammer from 8 years ago. Golden Hammer was indeed deliberately showing weakness to her before. In the face of the monstrous beast and the boundless spiritual power, Lu Qin was as still as a mountain. Everyone at the scene stood up involuntarily. They were extremely nervous as they watched the battle in the arena. Just as Golden Hammer's Dao Kong was about to attack, Lu Qin turned the spear in his hand and shouted, "Inverse Soul Roaming Dragon." It's the Inverse Soul Roaming Dragon. But Dao Kong is at the fourth level of emptiness of four elements. Can Master block it? Yi Fan's eyes widened. 200 years ago, Lu Qin definitely wouldn't be able to do it. However, after cultivating in the underground immortal ancestors' ruins for 200 years, Lu Qin's perception, observation, and control of spiritual power were no longer the same as before. To say that the cultivation in the immortal ancestors' ruins had the greatest improvement for Lu Qin, apart from spiritual power, it was this move, Inverse Soul Roaming Dragon. There was a loud bang, but the collision of spiritual power was much weaker than expected. Inverse Soul Roaming Dragon was to change the direction of the opponent's attack. Naturally, the collision strength was not too strong. Golden Hammer felt that in an instant, the direction of his spiritual power seemed to be out of control, and there was a serious deviation. But before he could react, a spear shadow had already shot towards him. Without waiting for Lu Qin to approach, Golden Hammer's whole body burst into golden light. His whole body was surrounded by a strong light. It's immovable Vajra. Its defense is so strong. Yuyue exclaimed. In mid-air, Lu Qin turned into a flame and attacked the golden shield crazily. In less than half a second, there was a loud bang, and the golden shield instantly exploded. In the ring, spiritual power exploded, and the turbulent spiritual power rolled out like a landslide. The group of Sengoku hurriedly raised their shields to resist the aftermath of the spiritual power. But they didn't have time to pay attention to the aftermath of the spiritual power. They just tried to look at the center of the ring. The strong light dissipated, and people finally saw the situation of the battle between the two. The two stood with their backs facing each other. There was a big hole in Golden Hammer's chest. It was a shocking sight. Behind him, the black-haired man didn't look back. He just calmly rotated his spear, then put it away and said coldly, "I'll spare your life this time. However, you better remember this well. I, Lone Tyrant, will be taking this immortal spirit cave." Chapter 1284. If he said it was one move, then it was one move. Golden Hammer's retainer hurriedly went on stage and dragged Golden Hammer away. The audience was silent as they watched the retainers busy themselves. One of Golden Hammer's retainers secretly glanced at Lu Qin. "Are you really, the solipsistic? The lone tyrant who single-handedly defeated over 200 opponents in the immortal arena?" Sengoku didn't recognize Lu Qin, but some true immortals recognized Lu Qin. Lu Qin glanced at that true immortal. "I've almost forgotten about that matter." Lu Qin didn't lie. He had cultivated in the primordial space for 200 years. Naturally, he didn't care about something like that, so it wasn't worth remembering. That true immortal's eyes were gloomy, but he didn't ask anything in the end. He allowed the other loose immortals to take Golden Hammer and leave the stage. In the first match, Lu Chen defeated a one-star Sengoku in one move. Seeing Golden Hammer leave the stage, Lu Chen turned around and looked around the stage. His eyes fell on the host with an exaggerated expression. At this time, the host's mouth was wide open. "Hey, can you be a bit more professional? Let's go through the process." Lu Chen helplessly shook his head. This host's ability was really worrying. Only then did the host react and jog back to the stage. He didn't dare to look at Lu Chen. Before, he had also said that he wanted to kill Lu Chen. You won, I know. Hurry up and go to the next segment. Can you host or not? If you can't, I'll do it myself. If Lu Chen spoke like this before, he would probably be long-winded again. But now, he didn't dare to say anything. Even Sengoku had been defeated. What could an 8-star true immortal like him do? No. I can do it. The host said hurriedly. He licked his dry lips and looked at the other Sengoku in a panic. Ahem, that Golden Hammer Sengoku has lost, so the bid is invalid. If any Sengoku still wants to bid, please make your bids as soon as possible. Time limit, 30 seconds. Lu Chen stands there, looking at the remaining 20-odd loose immortals. Before long, Yu suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Brat, are you really a human king?" Lu Chen looked at the woman. "I don't want to answer questions that have nothing to do with the auction." Yu glared fiercely at Lu Chen. "You want to raise the price?" Lu Chen looked at Yu. Yu's anger dissipated by half when she heard Lu Chen's sudden question. She snorted coldly, "Isn't it just a lousy cave dwelling? I don't care." After saying that, Yu turned around angrily and left the stage. Lu Chen was not surprised at all. Yu was only slightly stronger than Golden Hammer, and that was before Golden Hammer revealed his trump card. He defeated Golden Hammer in one move, which was enough to establish his dominance. Someone like Yu, who was about the same strength as Golden Hammer, would naturally give up. As expected, after Yu left the stage, the other Sengoku immediately found a way out. A few of them left the stage one after another. Seeing this scene, there was an uproar below the stage. A loose immortal deterring a group of immortal masters. This is unheard of. Is he a solipsistic? I remember that 3 months ago when they were fighting for the Earth's coordinates, he was only fighting against loose immortals and true immortals. It's only been 3 months, and he defeated Sengoku in a second. What kind of great opportunity did he get? There were 4 Sengoku left on the stage. Lu Chen looked at the 4 Sengoku and said, "Who's next? Brat, you want to buy this cave dwelling at the reserve price? I won't agree." An old man stood up. At this moment, the man in white suddenly shouted, 4 million. The old man frowned and turned around. Someone actually shouted first. In the end, he turned around and saw that it was someone he could not afford to offend. He could only swallow his anger. "Mu Long, your grand white grotto heaven is not worse than this immortal spirit grotto heaven. Why are you interested in buying a cave dwelling?" Mu Long's expression was normal as he said indifferently, "I'm not interested in the cave dwelling. I'm interested in this brat. If I buy the cave dwelling for 340 million, I can sell it again. I won't lose money." Although the Sky Treasure Pavilion charged a commission for the auction, the price of the immortal spirit grotto heaven was definitely more than 4 million. Unless he met another powerful Sengoku and directly bought the cave dwelling, it would be easy to sell it for more than 4 million. Mu Long's thoughts were clear and not easily swayed by others. The old man could only shake his head and leave the stage with another person. Dong Li looked at Mu Long with interest. Mu Long, aren't you looking for that guy? Why are you here to join in the fun? The corner of Mu Long's mouth raised slightly. No rush. That guy probably didn't come to the auction. I'll find him sooner or later. I'll play with this solipsistic first. Dong Li curled her lips. You're a peak 5-star Sengoku. Don't you find it boring to fight with a loose immortal? Didn't he say that he's a human king? I'm looking forward to the battle between Sengoku and a human king. You really believe that he's a human king? Alright, then I'll watch the battle of immortals between you two lunatics. Dong Li smiled. Since Mu Long was participating in the auction, there was nothing for her to do here. She left the stage and sat in the VIP seats, leisurely watching the stage. The host looked at Mu Long and then looked at Lu Chen. These two people were really going to fight. Mu Long, Sengoku is bidding. May I ask? The host wanted to ask Lu Chen if he was going to give up. Shut up. Lu Chen's eyes were fixed on Mu Long as he shouted at the host. Without a doubt, the solipsistic would not give up on the immortal spirit grotto heaven. The host sucked in a breath. This time, he did not dare to complain and quickly left the stage. Solipsistic, I'm Mu Long, a peak 5-star Sengoku. Mu Long stood in front of Lu Chen and said calmly. With a wave of his hand, the fog on the badge on his chest dissipated. The words, 5-star Sengoku, were clearly visible. Do you guys think that Master will also dissipate the fog on his badge? Yi Fan suddenly looked nervous. Jiu nodded. Nameless brother has always been one who respects you 10 times over. He should know. Really? Then perhaps the final mystery is about to be solved. Yi Fan said, Master only revealed the words, King of Savages Realm. However, I noticed that he did not completely dissipate the fog on his badge. At this point, Ling Long and Jiu looked at Yi Fan in surprise. Yi Fan continued, in other words, Master might not be a 9-star king. Jiu and Ling Long's eyes widened. Not a 9-star king. Then what was it? Mu Long had introduced himself. Lu Chen did not dislike this. Mu Long. Lu Chen looked at his badge and then controlled the fog to dissipate bit by bit. Realm. King. Human. When these 3 words appeared, Mu Long lost his indifference. His eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? It's really human king realm. Then, the 4th word appeared. Wild. King of Savages Realm. Mu Long felt that his brain could not process this. This wild word, where did it come from? After thinking for a while, he remembered that if an immortal cultivator did not have a master or sect, they could only be considered wild cultivators. This guy actually went wild all the way to the human king realm. In the distance, Yi Fan and the others had already stood up. They stared at Lu Chen's badge, waiting for him to dissipate the fog. Half of the 5th word had appeared. They could already deduce that it was the word star. However, at this moment, Lu Chen stopped. He smiled at Mu Long. You revealed 4 words, and I revealed 4.5. This should not be considered rude, right? Chapter 1285. Everyone knew that those who could pass the tribulation were all 9-star emperors. Mu Long didn't think much of it and nodded. There's no need to watch the rest. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Then can we start? Mu Long pinched his fingers and flicked them upwards. 3 flying swords shot out from the void and hovered beside Mu Long. 1 green, 1 silver, and 1 purple. Mu Long's sword caused an uproar below the stage. Taoist Sanqing sword. Ranked 178 on the God weapon list. Mu Long actually took out the Taoist Sanqing sword. Mu Long is famous in Sengoku, not because he's the highest level, but because he's the best among his peers. That's true. Not just Diling City, everyone in the nearby Sengoku knows about Mulong Dongli. Sengoku is also 5-star, but they don't even have the interest to fight Mulong. There was no doubt that there were geniuses even in Sengoku. Furthermore, those who could fight above their level in Sengoku were undoubtedly geniuses among geniuses. In a battle between experts, both sides could feel each other's pressure. It was a kind of confidence formed after going through hundreds of battles and winning every battle. Lu Chen shouted, "Celestial Demon Symbiosis. Dragon God Form." The celestial demon behind Lu Chen flashed past, leaving behind a terrifying surge of spirit energy. Celestial Demon Reversal. Mulong narrowed his eyes, then smiled. And there's Dragon Bloodline. Very good, looks like I didn't make a mistake. This battle is starting to get interesting. Bipolar War Body. Mulong also activated his state. A strange afterimage appeared behind him. It seemed to be some kind of beast, but it disappeared in a flash. Mulong looked at Lu Chen. Solipsistic, just use your strongest move. Mulong, will take it. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. This guy was really as confident as him. Since he wanted to take his strongest move, Lu Chen naturally wouldn't be polite. He held the God-slaying spear in his hand and shot towards Mulong like an arrow. God-slaying spear, rapid shadow spear. While rapidly moving, Lu Chen quickly increased the speed of his rapid shadow spear to the limit of 6 spears. His speed had reached an unimaginable level. In terms of single-target attacks, the 6-spear shadow spear was still the strongest. In an instant, Lu Chen had already arrived in front of Mulong. This was a 6-spear shadow spear that even his reverse soul roaming dragon might not be able to block. It would definitely defeat Mulong. Very strong indeed, but unfortunately, it's not enough. Mulong growled. He didn't dodge, but took Lu Chen's attack head-on. However, after Lu Chen's spear stabbed down, it was as if he had used all his strength to hit cotton. No, to be precise, it was hitting the void. Without any resistance, Lu Chen directly passed through Mulong's body. The moment he attacked Mulong, Mulong's body underwent a strange change. His body became illusory. Through the perception of spiritual energy, Lu Chen discovered that Mulong's body seemed to have decomposed into a spiritual energy state. The moment the rapid shadow spear succeeded, a large amount of spiritual energy spread out. This phenomenon was somewhat similar to a magnet's opposites repel each other. Although Lu Chen's attack didn't succeed, he had already perceived the principle of the bipolar war body through spiritual energy. If he guessed correctly, it should be a kind of astral state, and it used the separation of the two poles to dodge the rapid shadow spear. Just as Lu Chen finished his move, Mulong's voice came from behind him, "You've finished your move, it's my turn now." Immortal technique, 3 pure 1 sword art, 3 elements return to 1. Mulong moved his sword finger, and 3 sword auras merged into 1 and shot towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen hurriedly turned around, reverse soul roaming dragon. He needed more attacks to test the bipolar war body. However, just as Lu Chen blocked the 3 elements return to 1 and was about to counterattack, the 3 elements return to 1 suddenly split into 3. The reverse soul roaming dragon could block strong moves, but the strange change of the 3 elements return to 1 directly dissolved the effect of the reverse soul roaming dragon. Who would have thought that the sword that originally merged into 1 would disperse upon contact and instantly split into 3? At such a close distance, under normal circumstances, there was no defensive skill that could block it. "Not good, Master is in danger," Yi Fan exclaimed. But at this moment, Lu Chen suddenly roared, and his body erupted with monstrous spiritual energy. The violent spiritual energy directly resisted the 3 sword auras. This scene had already stunned everyone present. Without any moves, just relying on spiritual energy to resist the 3 elements return to 1. This is simply inconceivable. Impossible. How much spiritual energy does one have to circulate to be able to fight without any moves? Dong Li was no longer as leisurely as before. She stood up, her eyes widened, and looked at the man who was erupting with spiritual energy in horror. Moves are the spiritual energy circulation method planned by the Almighty since the opening of the sky, but that kid actually only used spiritual energy to resist the skill. Doesn't that mean that his ability to control spiritual energy is already comparable to the ancient Almighty? On the side, Yu frowned. The minimum requirement for spiritual energy to resist a cultivation method is to circulate spiritual energy accurately, and he is now resisting a high-level cultivation method like the three elements return to one. That is to say, his spiritual energy has entered another realm. Another realm, spiritual energy at will. Dong Li seemed to have heard the most terrifying thing she had heard in thousands of years. Human king could comprehend spiritual energy at will. At this moment, Mu Long was shocked by Lu Chen and forgot to add moves for a while. This gave Lu Chen a chance to breathe. Using spiritual energy to resist the physical attack of the three-element sword, the consumption of spiritual energy was too terrifying. Even if he was at his peak state of 130 million spiritual energy, he couldn't last long. If he wasn't careless, he wouldn't have done this. Now that he had bought enough time, he naturally wouldn't continue to resist. Triple door. Lu Chen took the opportunity to dodge. Without any obstruction, the three streaks of sword chi instantly shot out. Mu Long hurriedly controlled his sword, only then did he preserve the spiritual energy of the three elements return to one. I don't care what you're doing, I can still win you. Mu Long shouted angrily. Lu Chen just took a breath, and the three elements returned to one had already shot out. Sword spirit is really annoying. Lu Chen said angrily, then used 9 void steps several times to avoid the three elements return to one. Jiu looked at the stage nervously. That Mu Long seems to have become more cautious after the battle just now. He has the bipolar war body to protect his body, but he doesn't let Nameless Brother get close to him. Mu Long now completely regarded Lu Chen as an equal opponent. Because of this, as a long-range sword master, he not only had to control his flying sword to chase after Lu Chen, but he also had to ensure that Lu Chen didn't have a chance to get close to him. A lion and a tiger use all their strength to catch a rabbit. Mu Long wasn't careless from the beginning, Ling Long said, it's just that Lu Chen's strength is too unexpected. The Dao ancestors' 3 clear swords can be split or combined, and can somewhat restrain the inverse soul roaming dragon. Mu Long is so cautious, and can be said to have exerted his control to the extreme. I dare say that as long as one's strength does not reach a level where they can crush Mu Long, I dare say that it will not be easy for anyone to defeat Mu Long. Now, let's see if Lu Chen can break through Mu Long's 3 elements return to one and bipolar war body. Chapter 1286. Lu Chen was also thinking of a countermeasure. Mu Long was faster than him. If he wanted to catch up to him, he could only use the 9 void steps and the rapid shadow spear. However, the 6 rapid shadow spear had already proven that it could not hurt Mu Long. He wondered if the level 2 divine demon astral body could break the dual polar war body. Thinking of this, Lu Chen quickly rejected this idea. The dual polar war body was similar to the astral body, but it was not a real astral body. The divine demon astral body might not be able to suppress it. Solipsistic, give up. You're not my match. You can't even touch me. How can you win? Mu Long sneered. After dodging a few times, Lu Chen suddenly held the long spear in his hand and continuously took 4 steps, 9 steps into the void. After appearing, Lu Chen shouted, God-slaying spear, rapid shadow spear. Lu Chen did not try to use the divine demon astral body. After all, the rapid shadow spear also had the astral body skill. He could not use the 2 at the same time. After using the 6 rapid shadow spear, Lu Chen's speed was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. You're still using this move. I'll stand still and let you hit me. You can't break my. At this moment, Mu Long suddenly realized that Lu Chen's speed had increased by another level. Unfortunately, by the time Mu Long realized this, it was too late to react. Lu Chen's speed was too fast. The 7 rapid shadow spear landed on Mu Long's body. Lu Chen clearly felt resistance from this spear. The dual polar war body could not dissolve Lu Chen's attack. The two sides were in a stalemate for less than half a second. A terrifying explosion of spiritual energy exploded in the arena. Even the defensive array received a violent impact, causing cracks to appear on the air barrier. Immediately after, the god-slaying spear pierced through Mu Long's ribs and came out of his body. When Lu Chen appeared behind Mu Long, the 3 clear swords that had been chasing Lu Chen fell to the ground in the distance. Mu Long trembled as he held his wound. He slowly turned around and looked at Lu Chen in horror. 7 rapid shadow spear. You didn't use your full strength at the beginning. Lu Chen also turned around and said indifferently, it is indeed the 7 spear shadow spear. However, before this, I can only use 6 spears. It would have been better if Lu Chen didn't explain. After Lu Chen explained, Mu Long was even more shocked than before. In that kind of critical situation, this guy was still able to break through. Of course, Mu Long didn't know much about Lu Chen. He didn't know that Lu Chen had cultivated for 200 years in the primordial world, nor did he know that Lu Chen had withstood countless attacks from the Jyotian star. The improvement in his control of spiritual power also allowed Lu Chen, who had never used the 7-spear shadow spear before, to successfully use it. It could only be said that this wasn't a breakthrough on the spot, but rather, success came naturally. Mu Long, do we still need to fight? Lu Chen looked at Mu Long calmly. Mu Long raised his hand and the 3 clear swords returned to his side. After swallowing a pill, he smiled helplessly at Lu Chen. There's no need. I've already lost. What I pursue is the pinnacle of sword control. I haven't cultivated any other professions. Therefore, as a sword controller, I already have no chance of winning when you got close to me and broke my bipolar war body. Lu Chen smiled. He didn't have any enmity towards Mu Long. He didn't even kill Jin Chui, so he wouldn't take the initiative to kill Mu Long. Solipsistic, compared to your 7 rapid shadow spear, I'm more curious about why your attack is so high. Logically speaking, with the physical strength of a 5-star Sengoku, even if I'm hit by a human king, I won't be injured at all. However, your attack isn't inferior to other Sengokus, Lu Chen smiled. This question has nothing to do with the auction. Forgive me for not revealing it. Mu Long was really curious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked such a question. After all, in the immortal region, revealing one's strength was a dangerous move. Perhaps realizing his rudeness, Mu Long nodded and didn't ask further. Okay, I've lost this round. Mu Long looked at his wound. In fact, it wasn't serious. Solipsistic clearly didn't intend to kill him. If you have time, you can find me at Grand White Grotto Heaven. Mu Long threw out a transfer talisman. Lu Chen caught it. After giving the voice transmission talisman to Lu Chen, Mu Long directly activated the transfer talisman and left the auction house. There was nothing else here that interested him. Lu Chen looked at the transfer talisman in his hand and smiled. It's really rare to meet a decent immortal in the immortal region. Okay, I'll find you to play when I have time. After putting away the transfer talisman, Lu Chen realized that the place was terrifyingly quiet. All the immortals were looking at him as if he was a monster. I thought that after I became an immortal, I wouldn't make a fuss like before. I didn't expect. My God, the human king won the battle between immortals and mortals. Could it be that another path to immortality has opened in the King of Savage's realm? What level of spirit chi is he at? Did he really reach the 3rd level? I, a 9-star true immortal, haven't even used my spirit chi. You're telling me that a mortal can use his spirit chi at will? This is unbelievable. The human king defeated a 5-star Sengoku. And his opponent was Mu Long. Defeating Mu Long means that he's invincible against anyone below a 5-star Sengoku. Ling Long felt relieved. Hearing the exclamations around her, she felt even more elated. It had to be said that the nervousness from before and the relief she felt now went hand in hand. She looked at Jiu, and Yi Fan. When you were with that guy, did he often scare people like this? Jiu, shook her head. Sister Ling Long, I met Big Brother Nameless too early. We were separated for a long time. However, I don't know about other things, but there's one thing that shows that Big Brother Nameless is really strong. Oh. What is it? He defeated the Dark Erosion Soul at Theo the Great's level and helped me regain control of my consciousness. Ah. Theo the Great. Ling Long could still vaguely remember this ancient level. It was worlds apart from a 9-star human king. Yi Fan said, Master used to be at the 6th heaven. Basically, he would be embarrassed to make a move if he didn't fight more than 10 levels higher. Ling Long finally understood. No wonder Jiu, and Yi Fan weren't as nervous as she was, even though they were worried about Lu Chen. In short, they were more or less used to it. Lu Chen's gaze swept across the audience and finally landed on the host. The host was completely petrified. He had forgotten that he was a host. Hey, why aren't you coming over? Lu Chen said impatiently. That person came back to his senses and hurriedly ran to Lu Chen. He cupped his fists and bowed slightly. Sir, congratulations on winning the arena competition. Lu Chen glanced at him. You said you wanted to kill me. No, there's definitely no such thing. Are you kidding? With your strength, how could I, a mere perfected immortal, say something so shameless, the host said with certainty. Lu Chen nodded. Very good. This guy wasn't too stupid after all. Announce the results. Yes, yes, yes. Fellow immortals, all the other immortals have left the stage. Congratulations to Mr. Solipsistic for winning this Immortal Spirit Grotto Heaven. Lu Chen nodded. Where's the contract and teleportation talisman? Mr. Lone Tyrant, the Vice Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's human race branch happens to be in Earth Tomb City. He also wants to meet you. He will personally send you the cave-dwelling contract and teleportation talisman. Lu Chen frowned and said impatiently. I came to the auction house to buy something. I don't want to see any pavilion head. Hurry up and give it to me. Mr. Solipsistic, don't worry. Our Sky Treasure Pavilion won't go back on our words. If the Immortal Spirit Grotto Heaven is yours, then it's yours. It's just that someone else will give you the Immortal Spirit Grotto Heaven. Please don't make things difficult for me. Lu Chen thought about it. It was useless to say anything to this host now. He might as well go take a look. Find someone to lead the way. Chapter 1287. Yi Fan and the rest watched as Lu Chen left the stage with the true immortals. While the three of them were still in shock, Lu Chen had already left through the entrance of the stage. The three of them did not know why the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was looking for Lu Chen and were about to leave their seats to chase after him. A staff member came in front of the three of them and said politely, "The three of you, Mr. Lone Quang asked me to ask the three of you to wait for him for a moment." With the three true immortals leading the way, Lu Chen and the rest walked through a long corridor and arrived in front of a spacious room. A true immortal knocked on the door and said softly from outside, "Pavilion Master, Mr. Solipsistic is here." A voice came from inside, "Invite Mr. in. You guys wait outside." Yes. The person pushed open the door, "Mister, please." The door was only half open. Lu Chen took a look inside the room. It looked like an ancient study room with many potted plants and strange stones. Just as Lu Chen stepped into the room, he saw an old man standing up from the table. This old man had a head full of white hair. However, he had a tall and sturdy body. His height was similar to Lu Chen's and his body was even more robust. He was currently wearing a white robe and had the demeanor of a transcendent being. "Mr. Lone Quang, you're here." The old man welcomed Lu Chen with a smile. He invited Lu Chen to sit on the incense wood chair used for receiving guests. "Let me introduce myself first. My immortal name is Tai Hong, which was also my original name when I was immortal. I am the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's Deputy Pavilion Master and am in charge of the auction house in the human race's immortal domain. My current rank is 7-star Sengoku." Lu Chen cupped his fists. "Tai Hong Sengoku, I apologize for my lack of manners." Tai Hong smiled and returned the greeting. "You're welcome." Lu Chen replied politely. However, he did not have any interaction with Tai Hong and did not want to chat with him. He went straight to the point. "I wonder why Tai Hong Sengoku is looking for me." Tai Hong smiled. "Earth Tomb City is very close to the immortal ancestors' ruins. Therefore, during this period of time, the auction house here has been very busy, so I came to patrol. I just so happened to see Sir Lone Tyrant's brilliant performance. A king of savages defeating a king of Sengoku, this is something that has never been heard of since ancient times. I have also never seen someone like Mr. Lone Quang." Lu Chen said indifferently. "Tai Hong Sengoku, let's cut the crap. What do you want?" Mr. is indeed a straightforward person. Tai Hong's smile did not change. "Since Mr. is in a hurry, I will also get to the point. Our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion has discovered a space-time rift at the border between the human race and the demon race. Currently, all the major forces are rushing over to explore this place, and our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion naturally cannot fall behind others." Lu Chen frowned. Normally, this kind of thing should be kept secret. This guy directly told him, so it was definitely not that simple. "What does this have to do with me? I only said that I hope you can go to the crack to check it out and bring back information for us." Lu Chen picked up his teacup and took a sip. The tea's fragrance was very pleasant. "Your Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is so powerful, so naturally, you have a lot of talents. There is no need to find me," Lu Chen said unhurriedly. Tai Hong smiled. "Mister, this crack has a special characteristic. Anyone who exceeds a 5-star Sengoku will directly pass through the crack, unable to enter. As for true immortals, they cannot withstand the tearing force of the crack. In the past, a few true immortals entered, but they were directly turned into ashes. Then you can just send a 5-star Sengoku person. The various clans have indeed sent a 5-star Sengoku expert. However, even if they are of the same level, there is still a difference in strength, isn't there? I originally wanted to invite Mulong, but now it seems that there is a better candidate." After Tai Hong finished speaking, he looked meaningfully at Lu Chen. Obviously, Lu Chen was the better choice. As Tai Hong spoke, he brewed a cup of tea for Lu Chen. Then, he placed a cave mansion contract and a teleportation talisman in front of Lu Chen. "This is the immortal spirit grotto heaven that you bid for. If Mr. agrees to help the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, we can waive the 3 million spirit tablets. After the matter is completed, we will double the reward." In other words, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was willing to offer a sky-high price of 6 million spirit tablets. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. 6 million. This was not a small sum of money. Who knew that Lu Chen would pick up the contract and teleportation talisman and place the spirit tablets on the table? "Here are 3 million spirit tablets. As for exploring the crack, you should find another expert. Mr. Lone Quang, are you really not going to consider it? You should know that the reward of 6 million spirit tablets is already quite high. If Mulong accepts this mission, we will only offer 5 million. Moreover, the most important thing is that from now on, Mr. can rely on the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. I dare say that under immortal supremacy, no one will dare to provoke Mr. Lu Qin stood up and smiled. Tai Hong Sengoku, I am sorry but I am solipsistic and do not need to rely on any power. Many thanks to Sengoku for the tea. It is very fragrant. With that, Lu Qin turned and left. Not long after, the true immortals who were waiting at the door entered the room. One of them looked at Tai Hong in astonishment. Pavilion Master, what happened? He did not agree. Tai Hong snorted, this solipsistic is really crazy. Not relying on any power. He does not know how terrifying the seventh layer of heaven power is. Forget it. If he is not willing, then let him be. Go find that person, but the reward might be 10 million to invite that guy. After Lu Qin left in a hurry, he found Yi Fan and the other two. The four of them left Di Ling City together. Master, why are they looking for you? Yi Fan asked. Lu Qin told his companions about what Tai Hong had told him. 6 million. They are actually giving such a high reward. Yi Fan said in shock, these spiritual tablets should be enough for a long time. Jiu shook her head, Yi Fan, don't be paralyzed by the sight of money. If they are willing to give 6 million, it means that the value of the rift is definitely more than that. Lu Qin looked at Ling Long, do you know about the rift? Why would the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion be willing to spend so much money to find someone to explore it? Ling Long frowned, actually, I am not sure either. Even you do not know? Lu Qin said in surprise. Ling Long said, actually, the ancient books have recorded more than 10 instances of the rift. Although the situation of each rift is described in detail, the previous records do not have much reference value because the rifts are all different. Moreover, why the rift is formed, when it appears, where the powerful world on the other side of the rift is, none of the ancient books have mentioned it. Lu Qin frowned. If that was the case, even those celestial supremes did not know the cause of the rift. Ling Long, you said that the worlds on the other side of the rift are very powerful. Yes, every rift has a level restriction. However, the worlds on the other side all have a large number of demonic creatures. Those demonic creatures are stronger than the level restriction required by the rift. Because of this, exploring the rift is a very dangerous thing. Lu Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. Worlds of unknown origin, powerful demonic creatures. He seemed to be starting to be interested in the rift. Chapter 1288. They had just bought a new cave, so the matter of the crack was temporarily put aside. After leaving the suburbs, Lu Chen's group of 4 used the teleportation talisman to go to the immortal spirit cave. Ling Long also said that some experts could track teleportation talismans, so it was best to be cautious. Upon entering the immortal spirit cave, Lu Chen discovered that there was actually a small stream formed by a mountain spring. The entire cave was full of light, and dozens of rooms were spacious. Outside the door, flowers and plants were lush, and the environment was elegant. The training rooms were arranged in an orderly manner, according to the low, middle, and high levels. There was also a special alchemy room, refining room, battle pet training room, and herb garden. The most important thing was the special training tower. It was not too high, and had a total of 3 floors. The whole building was perfectly aligned with the rock wall, as if it was made by nature. Good heavens, this place is too comfortable. Yi Fan sighed, a level 2 cave is really different. Lu Qin said to Ling Long, why don't you move here too? Of course, I also paid for it. Ling Long was not polite at all. Lu Qin smiled, let's go, bring Li Shang and the others here. Li Shang and the others had just moved once, and not long after, they moved again. Ever since Chen came, we've been changing our cave abode again and again. Now, we're actually living in a level 2 cave abode. Guyan said excitedly. Look at the density of the spiritual energy here. I'm starting to regret not becoming a true immortal. Gu Yan and the others had long lost the motivation to cultivate, but living in the immortal spirit cave really made them excited. We can't count on becoming a true immortal, what can we old things do? Let's just help Chen, or take care of the herb garden. Li Shang chuckled and said, the days ahead are still long. Lu Chen laughed, who said you are useless, if not for you, the earth would have been long gone. Everyone find a room to stay, this will be our new home for the time being. Ah. For the time being. Chen, don't tell me you still want to change cave. Jin Luan said. Lu Chen laughed, that's not impossible. When my strength increases, I'll give you a better cave residence. Although there were only 8 earthlings left, in addition to Yi Fan, Jiu, and Ling Long, there were a total of 11 people. However, it was especially lively. Li Shang and the others were busy building a pavilion by the stream. Ling Long and Jiu, went to experience the high-grade cultivation rooms. Yi Fan was very interested in the special cultivation tower and was already challenging it. They only came out of the cultivation room in the evening. Lu Chen, the effect of the advanced cultivation room is better than I thought. Exquisite said. That's right. Compared to our cave abode in the past, it's on a completely different level, Jiu, added. Yi Fan shook his head. Master, that special cultivation pagoda is very difficult to pass. The second level actually requires one to be in the Sengoku realm. Master, why don't you go and pass the second level? Lu Chen nodded. Wait a moment. I have something to tell you. The 3 of them said almost at the same time, you want to go to the crack. Lu Chen looked at the 3 of them in surprise. Good fellas, were they all worms in his stomach? They knew everything he was thinking. Master, I'm afraid we can't go with you this time. Our levels are too low now. Didn't you say that true immortals can't withstand the tearing force of the crack? Yi Fan said. Lu Chen nodded. They all had high potential and extremely strong ability to fight above their level. However, their levels were indeed too low. Then how about this? I'll go through the cultivation pagoda first. You guys cultivate in the cave abode. I'll go and take a look at the crack. After discussing, Lu Chen entered the cultivation pagoda. Not long after, Lu Chen came out of the cultivation pagoda. I can't go through this cultivation pagoda, Master, you can't even go through? Yi Fan said in surprise. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. The test said that my path to immortality has not been opened. I can't possibly force my way in. After all, this is our cave abode. It would be a pity if it was damaged. So, I'll have to rely on you guys to open the cultivation pagoda. The 3 of them looked at each other. Yi Fan said firmly, Master, don't worry. We'll open the second and third levels as soon as possible. Lu Chen nodded. Then I'll go first. I'll leave the cave abode to you guys. Master, you be careful. Before leaving, Lu Chen went to check on Rhubarb's situation. Rhubarb did not have any attributes. Little Beast and Little Originator were playing around. In such an environment, Rhubarb was still sleeping soundly. Little Beast, where's Rhubarb's mirror? Let me take a look. Little Beast ran to Lu Chen. Dad, here you go. Lu Chen took the golden crow mirror and looked at it. The words on it changed again. Second revolution Hao Tian mirror, damn, what's this magic weapon? Why did it change again? Lu Chen was puzzled. Previously, the golden crow mirror changed from 9 to 1 revolution. Now, it changed from 1 revolution to 2 revolutions. Its name even changed to Hao Tian mirror. Could it be that Rhubarb won't wake up until the 9 revolution Hao Tian mirror is upgraded? Lu Chen checked on Rhubarb. Rhubarb seemed to be sleeping. There was nothing unusual. Lu Chen shook his head and handed the mirror to Little Beast. There's a cultivation room over there. Little originator, come with me. Little beast, look after rhubarb. There's a cultivation room over there. You can cultivate there when you're free. Little beast hugged little originator. Dad, don't. Little furball plays with Sister Green all day. I'm already bored. Don't take little originator away from me. Little originator pushed little originator away with its big head and ran happily to Lu Chen. Little originator, you heartless guy. You're abandoning me. Little originator said anxiously. Lu Chen was speechless. I'll only be away for a few days. Last time, when I asked you to go out with heaven stealing for a few years, you didn't seem so reluctant. You'd better stay at home and cultivate. Rhubarb can't be left alone. It's a very important task. Little beast looked at rhubarb. Dad was right. Rhubarb must be watched. Finally, little beast could only nod helplessly. Okay, but little originator, I'll remember you. Ignoring little beast's warning, little originator swaggered away with Lu Chen. At the border of the human immortal realm, there was a huge winding mountain range. The mountains were shrouded in immortal fog, making it difficult to see the mountains. In the distance, there was another mountain range that corresponded with this one. That was the border of the demon immortal realm. The narrow valley between the two huge mountain ranges was the so-called border of the demon immortal realm. At this moment, a large number of people from both the human immortal realm and the demon immortal realm were riding on mounts to the valley. Xian Ji and He Yen were sitting on a huge wooden ancestral dragon puppet, following a Sengoku army to the crack. He Yen, how's the solipsistic doing? He already knows about the crack, He Yen said. Tai Hong told him, but the solipsistic rejected Tai Hong's invitation. That's normal. That guy wants to explore it himself. Xian Ji smiled. Given the solipsistic's character, he'll definitely come. Why are you so sure? Xian Ji said confidently. He must have heard about the celestial and demon immortal realm. The celestial and demon immortal realm do not exist in this world, and the crack leads to another world. If you were him, would you go and take a look? Unfortunately, he doesn't know that what awaits him in the crack is not the celestial and demon immortal realm, but death. Chapter 1289. As long as one followed these teams, it was easy to find the location of the rift. A black, lightning-shaped rift appeared in the valley, extending for thousands of meters. At this time, both the immortals of the demon clan and the human clan were entering the rift. Those who could come here were all immortals of the Sengoku level. Naturally, there would be friction and disputes. However, those who entered the rift from both sides often had powerful forces behind them. These forces often crossed the boundaries of races. Everyone was here to explore the rift, so no one really fought. Human trash, move aside. I really don't understand how trash like you dare to explore the rift. What did you say? A certain human Sengoku said angrily. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're a demon. Sorry, but the demon clan is stronger than you humans. Even if you're a Sengoku, at the same level, you'll still be crushed. You're born as an inferior race. Even if you become an immortal, you won't change this result, the demon shouted. If you don't get lost, I'll kill you in the rift. Immediately, a few demons walked in front of that person, as if to tell him not to be too arrogant. Mad demon, quickly enter the rift. Exploring the rift is more important. Don't cause trouble. That demon was actually called Mad Demon. Mad Demon snorted. I didn't cause trouble. Some weak dogs blocked my way. I made these dogs make way for us. A few human Sengoku glared at him. Who are you calling a dog? I'm warning you, if you talk nonsense again, don't blame the Elegant Virtue Pavilion for being impolite. Oh, Elegant Virtue Pavilion. The Elegant Virtue Pavilion has 72 branches. I wonder if your human clan's branch is the last or the second last. Even if you're from the Elegant Virtue Pavilion, you're only the trashiest branch. Just as the two sides were quarreling, a human man walked past them and headed straight for the rift. Mad Demon suddenly exploded and pressed a hand on the man's shoulder. Little bastard, I've already said that humans are behind me. Are you deaf? Suddenly, a spear shot out from the man's hand and pierced Mad Demon's chest. None of the people present had expected this human to strike out directly. Not only that, it was a killing move. Mad Demon was startled and hurriedly activated his shield. A burst of spiritual energy exploded between the two of them. Caught off guard, Mad Demon was severely injured and flew backward. The other demon, Sengoku, hurriedly stopped Mad Demon. After landing on the ground, Sengoku spun a few times to neutralize the spiritual energy in Mad Demon's body. Only then did Mad Demon stabilize. At this moment, a muzzle had appeared in front of Mad Demon's chest, almost piercing through it. How dare you attack me here? Mad Demon held his wound and shouted angrily, tell me your name if you have the guts. The human male calmly turned around and snorted coldly. First of all, you were the one who started it. Not just anyone can hit my shoulder. Indeed, not just anyone could pat his shoulder. Ah Tai could pat his shoulder, 10 steps one could pat his shoulder, Xiao Shou could even climb onto his back. However, it was a different story for other unrelated people. Second of all, you have been chattering here for so long, blocking my way. I advise you to either attack or shut up. Don't waste my time. Third of all, I have friends from the demon race, but I don't like arrogant fellows. You are called Mad Demon, right? Change your celestial name in the future. In front of me, you are not qualified to be arrogant. Arrogant. Mad Demon was unable to restrain his anger. He broke free from his companion's restraint and turned into a black fog, pouncing on Lu Chen. Black Demon Aura, Shadowless Assault. Die. Divine Demon Astral Body. The other party was obviously using the Astral Body skill. Lu Chen decisively activated the second-order Divine Demon Astral Body. The second-order Divine Demon Astral Body was enough to suppress other types of fourth-order astral bodies. Mad Demon's true body was immediately forced out. Reverse Soul Roaming Dragon. Without the astral body, the power of the Black Demon Aura had decreased sharply. After Lu Chen easily blocked the other party's attack, he fiercely stabbed out with his spear. The other party was a 5-star Sengoku, and his strength was not weak. He quickly activated the Heavenly Demon Protection, but Lu Chen's attack still sent Mad Demon flying. With a boom, Mad Demon directly penetrated the mountain and sank into it. In less than a minute, Lu Chen had already defeated Mad Demon twice. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Although the battle between the two parties did not start in public, Mad Demon did not defend at the beginning and was seriously injured by the human. After that, the second attack was to fight with injuries. However, there was no fairness in a battle in the wild. As a 5-star Sengoku, he must have the ability to defend against sneak attacks. Moreover, he was the one who attacked first. And Mad Demon did not block this human's sneak attack just now. The mountain rocks fell, and Mad Demon stood up from the ruins. His eyes were red as he stared at Lu Chen. After being hit by the reverse soul roaming dragon this time, the spiritual energy in his body was in chaos, and he no longer had the strength to fight. You dare leave your celestial title. In the future, I, Mad Demon, will use your blood to wash away today's humiliation. Lu Chen snorted and turned to walk toward the crack. Just as he was about to enter the crack, people heard him speak. I'm sparing your life for the sake of the Balrog. The next time you provoke me, I won't show mercy. Remember, my name is Solipsistic. After saying that, Lu Chen had already entered the crack. Solipsistic. Fine, just you wait. I, Mad Demon, will return today's humiliation 100-fold. Mad Demon stared at the back of the figure in the distance and said fiercely. The crack was not a teleportation door. It contained a terrifying chaotic spiritual energy. As soon as Lu Chen entered the crack, he felt as if he was in a starry sky. At the same time, he felt a powerful force crazily tearing his body apart. There were many people in front of him shuttling through the starry sky. They should have entered the crack earlier. At this moment, they were trying their best to resist the pulling force. 100 meters ahead, an immortal king of the demon race erupted with terrifying spiritual power. But suddenly, his body exploded from the inside. His flesh flew everywhere, and even his spirit core exploded. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen was terrified. That demon Sengoku was quite powerful, stronger than many Sengoku who were trying their best to resist the pulling force. But in the end, he died. No. Lu Chen suddenly remembered Tai Hong's words. This crack had a level upper limit. If the level was too low, it would not be able to withstand the pulling force. If the level was too high, it would explode from the inside. The pulling force was still tearing at Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy to resist. He was a little nervous now. Could a 13-star human monarch also self-destruct? Fortunately, Lu Chen did not self-destruct, and he did not need to struggle to resist the pulling force. It looks like I meet the requirements of the crack. Lu Chen heaved a sigh of relief and allowed his body to be pushed forward. At this moment, everyone was moving in the same direction. In the distance, there was a crack similar in shape to the entrance. The person in front disappeared into that crack. That should be the exit. Lu Chen thought. Not long after, Lu Chen also arrived in front of the crack and followed the person in front into it. The pulling force quickly disappeared. At the same time, he felt a familiar dizziness when he passed through the teleportation door. Then, Lu Chen's eyes were covered by a golden light. An ambush. Lu Chen widened his eyes. Celestial Demon Heavenly Eye. Chapter 1290. Lu Chen's spirit energy refinement had already reached the 3rd level. He successfully dodged the other party's attack and quickly dodged to the side. Now that his vision was clear, Lu Chen finally saw the situation here. Behind them was the rift they had passed through. In front of the rift, hundreds of thousands of terrifying beasts were crazily slaughtering the explorers who had just teleported over. Those who came to explore were all 4-star Sengoku, but some of them were still directly killed. Lu Chen was shocked when he saw this scene. The insufferably arrogant immortal king was actually treated as a live target here. These demons were of all kinds. They had ferocious faces and strange shapes. They were twice as tall as demons, but compared to some of the demons in Jiutian, they were much smaller. However, although these demons were not too big, their movements were extremely agile. Just from their attacks, movement speed, and attacks, they were even stronger than 5-star Sengoku demons. What the hell are these things? Lu Chen's eyes widened. He did not want to be involved in the battlefield again, so he could only hide and observe in the dark. After watching for a while, Lu Chen roughly estimated that at least half of the human and demon Sengoku who had transmigrated here had died at the exit of the rift. Among them, more than 70 to 80% of the human race had died. Those who were lucky enough to escape quickly fled into the surrounding forest, disappearing without a trace. Perhaps thinking that too many people had escaped, the demon army began to send people to search the surrounding forest. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly fled into the depths of the forest. Lu Chen had already fled far away. The scene just now had shocked him too much, so he could not help but ask Sky Pilfer, have you seen these things before? No. Then have you entered this kind of rift before? No, my previous master's level was too high, so he couldn't enter ordinary rifts. But I've heard that it's similar to what Linglong explained. The rifts are all different and can't be inferred. In short, unless you enter a certain rift, you can't know what's on the other side of the rift even if you've been to other rifts. Lu Chen nodded. Alright, then what do you think the rift could be? I think. Sky Thief thought about it and said, this place doesn't seem like Shenwu World. Shenwu World can't have so many strong warriors, all of them are stronger than a 5-star Sengoku. This place is more like a world outside the Jotian. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, I once saw an extremely terrifying unworldly abomination in Yuwa's heaven-mending fantasy realm. Even Yuwa's true body couldn't kill it. If that's the case, I think we might be in the outer world. This was just Lu Chen's guess. No one knew if it was correct. Sky Thief could only sigh and say, I don't know about other things, but the strength of this place is really scary. A 5-star Sengoku can only be a small soldier here. I really didn't expect there to be such an exaggerated place. Lu Chen thought for a bit and took a deep breath. It's a bit troublesome right now. If they keep guarding the rift, it'll be hard for me to go back. No matter what, we have to survive here first. The demon army was searching the forest. Lu Chen didn't dare to stay here for long and continued to move deeper into the forest. Unknowingly, it was already late. Lu Chen suddenly noticed a fire in front of him. He quickly crouched down and carefully approached it. Following the fire, Lu Chen found an open altar not too far away. There was no cover around the altar, only a pyramid-like staircase leading to the top of the altar. There were spirit flames dancing around the altar. The fire Lu Chen saw came from these spirit flames. Lu Chen was about to go up and take a look when he noticed something strange in the forest. He quickly crouched down and secretly observed. Not too long later, a squad of mutated beasts walked out of the forest. The leader of the mutated beast was holding a spirit core. Lu Chen could tell at a glance that it was a human spirit core. That mutated beast walked up to the altar alone and placed the spirit core in the middle of the altar. With a boom, the spirit flames in the surroundings suddenly burst into flames and shot into the sky. Then, a figure appeared on the altar. That figure was actually a male elf. Do you want power or guidance? The male elf's virtual image floated in the air and raised his left and right hands. Lu Chen could also understand what he said through the translation software. Based on his movements, his left hand should represent power, and his right hand should represent guidance. The mutated beast couldn't speak, so it stood on the left side of the male elf. You desire power. After the male elf finished speaking, the spirit core floated into his hand. Then, the spirit core was absorbed by the male elf at a speed visible to the naked eye. He placed his palm on the mutated beast's head. A golden light enveloped it, and waves of spirit energy converged into the mutated beast's body. The mutated beast's expression was ferocious, and it seemed to be in extreme pain, but it didn't resist. After a while, the mutated beast fell to the ground. Its companions walked up to the altar, bowed respectfully to the male elf, and carried the mutated beast away. As the ceremony ended, the spirit flames returned to their original appearance, and the male elf disappeared. Lu Chen, who was hiding in the dark, witnessed the whole process and was quite shocked. Those mutated beasts became stronger in this way. Lu Chen frowned. The crack had just appeared, and these mutated beasts were already very powerful before. This meant that the altar didn't necessarily need spirit cores to activate. Perhaps, beast cores could be used too. And Lu Chen still had more than 1 million low-level beast cores on him. After the team of mutated beasts left, Lu Chen rushed to the altar and tried to place a beast core on it. As expected, the spirit flames around the altar burned brightly, and the male elf's virtual image appeared again. He looked at Lu Chen and was slightly stunned. Human. Yes. Why, do you have to be picky when accepting tributes? That's not the case. In my eyes, there's no difference between the 10,000 races. Tell me, human, do you desire power or guidance? Lu Chen could devour beast cores by himself. He didn't need this elf to help him decompose the beast cores. When the time came, he would have to share a portion with him. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? I wish to receive guidance. What kind of guidance? Lu Chen thought for a while and suddenly said, "Can I ask a question first?" This isn't considered guidance. Lu Chen was afraid that after asking the question, the other party would say that he had already given him guidance. You can ask. If I have a lot of beast cores, how many times can I summon you? Level 1 altar, you can only summon once a day. There are a total of 9 levels of altars on the Fama continent. The higher the level of the altar, the more power you can get, and the more secret guidance you can get. I'm the soul of a level 1 altar, I can only summon once a day. Lu Chen was surprised. That mutated beast used a Sengoku level spirit core, and that's only considered a level 1 altar. When I give it power, it has to lose something at the same time. The less it gains, the less it loses. Their choice of altars is the result of weighing the gains and losses. In addition, not everyone can afford a high-grade altar. The male elf said, "Okay, that's all for your questions. Now, tell me, what guidance do you want?" Lu Chen had too many questions to ask. Where was this place? What was its relationship with the Jiutian? What was the matter with the rift? What were these mutated beasts? However, Lu Chen couldn't stay here for long, and he couldn't ask a few questions in one go. After thinking for a while, Lu Chen took a deep breath and asked the question he wanted to know the most. Where is Heavenly Demon Wujian? You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.